A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation,
Customer centricity,
Dependability,
courage,
integrity,
creative excellence,
learning and empowering.
entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
auf die Trends der Zukunft.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. To feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation,
Customer centricity.
Dependability.
courage,
integrity,
Creative excellence.
learning, and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started. "75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. to feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity.
Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
trifft Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. to feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation,
Customer centricity.
Dependability.
courage, integrity,
Creative excellence.
learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
wirft Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
So, okay, this is my sneaky way of asking something that every fan of Jubilee wants to know. This is a very franchisable property, right? And that is something that streaming platforms really look out for, about how you can take an IP and make it in a manner where there is scope for a season 2 and a season 3. And hopefully, I guess all of us are going to be able to witness Silver Jubilee and Golden Jubilee and beyond. So what's happening there? Up to the man out here, I guess.
Yeah,
but let's speak about what's the plan.
The questions from both sides right now, actually.
No, so of course, season 2 is in development. We have just started scratching the surface. When Vikram had approached me, they already had like a, I think a decade by decade season divide. So 50s is season 1, 40s is season, then 60s, and then you come to the 70s. What the struggle always is with any of such franchises and properties is that when you take it forward, how do you better it from the previous one? And the first one was an exploration for me, I think as much as it must have been for Vikram also, because a show about the film industry, as much as we being a part of the fraternity are invested in it emotionally. For the first time now in April, we have had a sort of an inkling as to what audience feels about it. And it's positive, the kind of reviews we have gotten and all that. So it's definitely come in evaluation as to what season 2 should be. How do we challenge ourselves again now that there is an acceptance for season 1 in terms of how it is reviewed and how it's perceived. I mean, in fact, 2 days back, I was talking to a travel agent who I was speaking with for the first time. So he said, because somebody from the fraternity recommended him, so he said, "Aapne kya kiya, aap mujhe batayenge in sense so that I have it for the context who you are." And I said, my recent work was Jubilee. And then he went on as to how he's recommended to the family, how he's seen it and everything. So once you have a person who's not from the fraternity, aside the fact that, Vaidya Rahman is seen twice, which I like keep hammering again. But how do you surpass yourself within that is the challenge that I'm facing right now. So slowly and steadily getting there.
Slowly and steadily, like I said, Silver Jubilee, Golden Jubilee, Platinum Jubilee, and then what, 100 crores at the box office, season 5.
We'll rename, whatever.
We'll hopefully come out before Hira Mandi.
Okay, one thing, right? So both of you, if you look at it in terms of the history of cinema, have actually come from training schools, which really are deeply embedded through the decades into the Indian film, into the movie fraternity, where you started off assisting Sanjay Leela, Atul, you were for the longest time in a part of Yash Raj, and these are by now legacy names that you're talking about. So between the time when U.S. started, which was a couple of decades ago now, let's think about the transition that you've seen in the fraternity, because so much has happened in these 20-25 years, where the syntax of cinema changed, technology evolved, streaming platforms came in, now we're actually knocking at the doors of AR, VR, and so much more. So
really stunning films without needing, without the necessity to actually have a star. And I think that what Hollywood has done different from us is the fact that an Independence Day, which is close to 30 years ago, is still a reference point for great VFX work, which actually has. It had Will Smith coming off the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You don't have established movie stars and you want to create it then.
Jurassic Park.
Or Jurassic Park. But that's Spielberg. That's Spielberg. But whatever. I'm saying the fact that we got Sam Neill and who's the other guy?
Laura Dern.
No, the other scientist.
Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum, literally. But the star is the dinosaur, and it's beautiful and it's brilliant and all those things. That risk-taking that Hollywood has a pattern through their entire existence, especially the 80s onwards, when it came to doing Back to the Future or Die Hard. You're doing a Die Hard, which is this hardcore action film. You're taking Bruce Willis from Moonlighting. You know, that risk-taking has been a Hollywood staple. Even today, Marvel Universe, you made a Marvel Universe. You started off with Robert Downey Jr., but every other actor in a main role has been a star created by you. They have been existing stars that you lean in on. Once we start to see that over here, once we start to push the envelope when it comes to the fact that, okay, it's a risk to be worth taking, but if the visual experience and the visual storytelling is going to be so good, why do you need to bank on having a star that's going to, lower your risk? I think a lot of that is also part of the same concept.
So that is when we will milk the true potential of this technology that everybody's disposal, and we all have the budget, the streaming and all that. But the ideas are not there too.
I guess there's still hope, right? I mean, if Hollywood had dinosaurs, we've had a hero die, turn into a fly, and take revenge for his murder.
Only with Rajamouli, yes.
But just one last thing, right? The last few months, at least in the West, has witnessed a bit of turbulence where the writers and actors went on strike because you have the advent of AI knocking on our doors. Now, history is witness to the fact that whenever technologies come in, there's no stopping it. But what it really requires for things to work in sync is the upskilling that we as technicians who use the technology end up doing. So where do you think is this whole advent of AI kicking in for how content is created or even written or conceptualized? Where do you think that equilibrium going to be found between the marriage of tech and human thought?
Maybe the wrong person to ask it. I'm a bit of an AI phobe. I just feel that as a creator of something, if it's not created by a human, then it's a recreation in the first place. And for me, I'm still sort of like grappling with where I think AI in certain places is fantastic. It's a great tool to be used for whether it's for aggregation or whether it's for analysis. But I think AI as a purely creative tool to generate ideas and that kind of stuff, I'm against that. I just feel that sometimes it's just. The next film I made is actually a little bit about AI, but so it's a good place to plug like that. But in no, it's okay. But it's yes, I'm a bit of a fence. I'm still gathering, and it's a long process. It's not like it's going to be. I'm still gathering my kind of feelings towards AI. The tech of AI being used in filmmaking. What is right? What is wrong? What is morally okay? What is not okay? What are the boundaries we should cross? I don't know. But it definitely needs a discussion. I think that it needs a discussion. Like the Writers Guild has managed to get the AMPP to agree to the fact that AI cannot be used as a creating tool, and writers credit not be taken away if some studio gives an AI generated sort of like things from somebody else. There's some very good things. That's a discussion we need to start. I think here we need to really get that. It's pretty urgent right now to really figure out how we're going to protect writers, creators, actors, because to say that, I mean, it's a small thing like, today with AI, you can go and, you can create your entire website, blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, that's great. It's also a loss of job for a few people. So how are we correlating both these things? That's a discussion that needs to happen.
Several sentiments, Atul versus algorithm.
Yeah. I will see. Of course, I'm following the WA strike online. And I get their point of view because there in Hollywood the writers had far more rights and actors had far more rights. Like they are talking about kickbacks which used to come from a seasonal break and all. यहाँ पैसे मिल जाए बहुत बड़ी बात है यार. तो you know, but AI coming in creation, see, for me the most joyous day on a set is when the actors come ready in the costume and you start talking to that person and ideas that flow. So again, it comes down to how much in the process of making an audiovisual content and at a bigger budget, how many things you want to keep variable and how many things you want as fixed and de-risked. You know, of course, an actor will come, of course, a writer will come, and those ideas may not be precise, but in that imprecision there is magic. AI will give you what you ask AI for. It's like a computer, and definitely takes away the risk or the variable aspect of it. I guess it's a choice in how you find your balance, and some people like me and we will stay AI phobes, and as things move forward, as it has. I mean, I was the biggest phobe of video photography, but now we don't shoot analog at all. We are shooting film. So I guess you can't stop technology. That's what my learning has been. As much as you love the traditional aspect of filmmaking, but I guess as an industry conscious, which Hollywood has, and for us, because we always think from the point of view of, we've always been stuck in that era mentally, where you know lot of money should not be spent on a film because it's very risky and all that. I hope that de-risking also does not start motivating producers and studios to start replacing the real people with artificial intelligence in our industry.
Sure. And one last, because these are people who clearly love the work that you've done. For both of you, what's up next?
I am. Atul's got a movie premiering soon, so he's the one who should.
So I have a feature film called Berlin, which is now premiering in LA on October 14th at FIFLA, and then it's premiering in Bombay. I'm not supposed to say where, since we are sitting at Geo Convention, I can say it's at Mami. and then it will release theatrically. And then there is a series which is in development with Sony Live. So yeah.
There's also Jubilee season 2.
And there's Jubilee season 2.
I'm getting. I start shooting a series next month. It's called Black Warrant. It's about Tihar jail, and I have a film about AI, which is going to be ready. It'll be ready by the end of the year and out sometime next year.
Lovely. Look forward to all that coming up at Cinema near us, hopefully. And thank you, Vikram. Thank you also for the lovely insights. Truly special to celebrate Jubilee and look forward to next season and everything else that you're doing. Thank you, ABIS, for being a lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So while we wait for Berlin and Blackcurrant and the Jubilee Season 2, can we take a couple of questions from the audience? Can we have 2 minutes for that?
I would love the day when Vikram makes Blackcurrant, but Black Warrant.
Okay, so Black Warrant.
Hello Vikram, hello Atul.
Hi.
My name is Shugato. So in the past few years, with the coming of OTT, the audience around us slowly becoming more and more cinephile exposure to world cinema. So what advice do you have for young filmmakers like myself, so that our stories can resonate with the audience as much as Jubilee did?
I mean, short answer is just write and make exciting stuff. I think that's the really the shortest answer I can give. This is a much long answer, but that's fine.
I think what Vikram is saying is the best learning I got again from Mr. Ram Gopal was that if it resonates with you, there's a chance that it will resonate with the world at large, as opposed to you trying to break your head over what will work. And there are people who work like that also, there is no denying. So I have been one who always followed the former. My mentors advise that if it works for you, it resonates with you. If it means something to you, then there is more of a chance that it means something to the audience also.
Yeah, I mean, if it excites you, if it's a story that you feel two things. One is that you really want, you're willing to spend a few years of your life, not just months and weeks, a few years of your life chasing that story, number one. Number two, is it something that you would actually go and buy a ticket to in the movie theater or watch it on screen? That's something you would do, then something worth making. Shortest answer.
Thank you so much.
I have a question. I'm the Nürnberg Messenger team, a huge fan of the Jubilee series. My question is that as opposed to movies where you have that, captive audience time of 2 hours, 3 hours, with OTT, one can switch on, switch off. But how do you manage to capture that intensity, to keep the audience hooked, that 10 episodes in one sitting? What is the psychology behind it? How do you manage that as a filmmaker?
Great writing. Great writing is the answer. I think honest answer, yes, you need to have great writing that is going to be able to have you from episode to episode. See, it doesn't. I think we've been trained now in the past few years to sort of like binge our series. It's not necessarily that we do. I think it's a choice. Sometimes you like to, sometimes you don't like to. I think there's a training when you want to finish it quickly enough. I think any great series or movies that we've done is the engagement and the holding. Like I've seen 4 seasons of Game of Thrones in a flow. You're talking about 40 episodes, one after the other, not just 10. Because it's fantastic. Because it's great writing, great filmmaking. And I think that's the training of it. But I do feel that sometimes the binge format is a bit too much. Sometimes certain shows, certain. I mean, what's the one that I watched? Euphoria, for example. Great show on HBO, but it's definitely something I could not binge it. It's beautiful, but it's one of those like, you want to watch an episode a day, and sort of like, do that. Like the crowd.
Hi, Soham here. Like you rightly mentioned, we do not have our own Oppenheimers. But by hello? Yeah.
Just speak a little louder because there's a little.
So like you rightly said, we do not have our Oppenheimers. But by making Jubilee, you have told the story of our film industry, which is a step closer to having our own Babylon. Right? So for filmmakers like me, who are new and upcoming filmmakers, what approach do you think we should have for studios and producers to have that leap of faith and leap of risk in order to get our movies and get our ideas on board?
I mean, to answer exactly what you said, to the last question, it's the excitement. Look, excitement is something. Excitement, magic, passion is something that any room can feel when you talk about it. This is true of anything. If when you go and pitch a show to anyone, if you're excited about it and your passion comes through in what you're saying, what you're selling, how you're talking about it, and it's in the material. I'm saying that in the material is something that has to be given. It has to be something that, as I said, needs to be exciting, needs to be something that you are excited about, it needs to be something that you would go and buy a ticket for. And then that passion translated in the way you write it, in the way you pitch it, in the way you talk about it, is how you're going to get people to. And of course, it has to be the right story for the right form. Sometimes there's no, it's like how Jubilee had to be a series. It can't be the same way. The same is true in reverse as well. Something should be a film sometimes. They don't need to be a series. But some things need to be a series at 20-minute episodes, not 40-minute episodes. Figure out your best method for what that story is. Today, I mean, you live in a wonderful time when you can tell stories as movies. You can tell them as short series, long series, multi-season series. You have all that. You have the tools available to you. So just be smart about what choices you make.
Thank you. Thank you for the very interesting fireside chat.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
I would now request Daniel Haag, International Manager in International Relations and Business Management, Nürnberg Messe, to please hand over the mementos to our esteemed speakers. We're going to begin with our next session in the next 5 minutes. Please be seated.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. To feel connected, to share moments, which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation,
Customer centricity.
Dependability.
courage, integrity,
Creative excellence.
learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
Hier trifft Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, and more of men, I want you to kindly take your seats here. We have an all-woman panel starting in exactly 2 minutes. So may I request all the gentlemen to kindly join us in the audience here. Otherwise we just celebrate ourselves. Yeah?
Okay, so we start with the next session for today, which is titled The Evolution of RISE. RISE is a global organization celebrating women and the media industry. Now let us hear from our panelists. Our first panelist is Gayatri Gulyani, Vice President, Licensing and Content Partnerships, Lionsgate India. So with a vast career in the broadcasting and motion pictures industry, she has been involved in over 55 films and successfully sold over 2,500 hours of content worldwide, spanning more than 70 markets. Our next panelist is Shivani Kocher, Senior Manager, Sales System APEC, Technology and Operations at Warner Brothers Discovery. Shivani Kocher has a rich experience of enterprise applications and has spent major part of her 24+ years experience in the media and the broadcast industry. Welcome. The next panelist is Rupali Sarkar, Senior Manager, Business Development, Yota Data Services Private Limited. With over 13 years of extensive experience in the media broadcast, pro AV industry, and now in the data center and cloud domain, her journey is exploring different dimensions of the industry now. And our next panelist is Sri Lakshmi Menon, General Manager, Larsen & Toubro Constructions. A result-oriented marketing, communications and business leader with over 20 years of experience across India and Asia-Pacific region in FMCG, telecom, entertainment, and various other industries. She has a track record of crafting and integrating marketing strategies. So welcome all the panelists. And this session will be moderated by Ruchika Chugani, Director, Corporate Communications, Nürnberg, SA, India.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Before we begin with the session, we have a small video to play.
the Rise Up Academy Summer School is running for a week at Global Academy in Hayes, and we're reaching out to 500 young people. We've got 11 to 14-year-olds for 2 days, and then 15 to 18-year-olds for another. We are trying to inspire and educate and inform them about all the different opportunities there are in the media technology industry.
I'm here who are trying post-production, VFX, graphics. Maybe truck outside, build a film studio, and a whole lot more. And we can inspire, educate, and inform them the opportunities that could exist to them.
We've got all of these amazing, incredible opportunities for these young people to really understand where their interests lie. It might be that they're interested in being involved in ABIS, or it might be that they're thinking about virtual production, but we're giving them the chance to understand what these technologies involve from a practical point of view and where their careers might go.
Right. Super. Can we have a huge round of applause for Rise, please? So my first question is to Shivani and Rupali. We just got a brief glimpse into what Rise is. The association has been, growing phenomenally on a global level. There's mentorship, there's educational programs. We see you at various global events. So just tell us more about Rise. What does it encompass? What is the motivation behind it? What gets it going?
Sure. Thank you for asking this important question. So, RISE is UK-based non-profit organization, and they are aiming to provide support gender diversity across global and specifically to media technology sector. So they started in 2018 with a small passion program just to bring change in the industry, because they were seeing very small representation of women in media technology sector. So they started mentoring program, and it was very huge success. And after that, this led to getting a lot of membership requests from many women from UK, and then after that never stopped. It was going very rapidly growing, and it Rise with us there are four core programs. The first is mentoring program. This mentoring program they are conducting every year. 6 months program. It comprises of one-on-one coaching with industry experts and industry leaders. And second part of that, they conduct sessions on skill development. They are giving trainings on personal branding and self-awareness, self-confidence and all. So it is something which was very pridely taking thing, and we are getting support from all our mentors. It is kind of they are giving their time, energy, effortlessly they are volunteering, and this is something amazing, and that's why Rise is growing very rapidly. The second program I would like to talk about is Rise Up Academy. It also recently started, almost 1.5 years back, and it started to aiming young entrepreneurs, or we can say younger children, to inspire them, educate them about what is media, like what broadcasting technology is. So they are conducting workshops for them, so they can find their likings, they can find the opportunities and options in media technology sector as per their likings. So this is the best initiative they started, and last year they have trained around 2,000 children from UK, and this is something very amazing. I'm giving mic to Shivani to talk more about Rise.
Hi, thank you for having me. So, as Rupali said, this is a passion project. So people who are associated with this, they are volunteers. They believe in bringing a change and diversity in our industry. And that is what motivates and that's what keeps this program moving. So apart from the two programs you mentioned, there are other two programs. One is called Strive to Rise. Now the idea behind this program was that we go to the organization who wants to see what kind of a diversity, gender diversity they have in the organization. There is a set questions or process which they go through, and after that we help them to find out where the gaps are. And there are 7 different areas where we focus on, and after that we also support and help them with bridging those gaps. It could be recruitment, retention, promotion, learning and development, any area which an organization needs to fill in to have a gender diverse workforce. So this is another program. There are many organizations who have already enrolled for this program, and they're taking benefit of it. The other program is Rise Awards. So every year there is a process where people from broadcast industry, manufacturing sector, the people who are providing equipment to media broadcast, and even service sector. Everybody who works and supports media and technology industry, they can apply for this award, and there are different categories. So after that there is a selection process. And once the people are shortlisted, they're being announced in ABIS. And then towards November, there is another program in London where the winners are announced. The whole idea behind this kind of award is to put a spotlight to the women who are doing exceptionally wonderful job in our industry, but they're not visible. So we are trying to create that visibility for more and more women. And with that, there are more new workforce, younger generation will be encouraged to join this sector. And the fact is that we don't have many women, especially in the technological area, media technological area. And it has to do with the awareness, finding out people who have done something great, and giving them the credit and platform. So these are the 4 programs right now. We are exploring more and more as we get our volunteers included, sponsorship comes in. And we're just growing. I think it started in UK, as Rupali said, but it's in America. We have in Australia, New Zealand, Asia. Almost all countries are covered under this program. And so far, it's just giving us very wonderful results. Thank you.
Right, so building on what you just said, my next question is again to the both of you. So why do you think mentoring is so important in a women's career especially? And what has been your personal experience with mentoring?
Okay, I will start with the second question. In my life never been same without my mentors. Like one person cannot bring their authentic self or bring the clarity in the career without a mentor. Because watching videos or listening podcasts will never give you your true authentic self. You should have someone where you will surrendering your worries and they will give you the right path. So this same happens to me. And when I transform myself, I thought becoming a mentor and helping others, because this is something very amazing. The kind of happiness you get from it, it is never endless. So endless. So what I particularly about Rise mentoring, I'm saying here, because here in Rise, we are with the mentoring program, we are helping other women to find their actually challenges in the workplace. There are a lot of challenges in media because we have long working hours, there are always tight deadlines, and it is the least is endless actually. So we are helping them to actually find the right opportunities, career options. Also we are guiding them, we are giving them emotional support, we are introducing in our network. So best whatever best we can give to them, we are trying our best, the industry leaders like us, and that is something we are seeing a significant change. So now last year we were only having year for India, we were having only 2 to 3 ladies. Now we can see there are more than 20 ladies here in India. So we are very happy, and I'm asking Shivani to add more things.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gayatri. So I work as a vice president at Lionsgate. So yes, mentoring is, I have just Actually, if I were to define mentoring, I would just use three words. Aspire, inspire, empower. So it is the most valuable aspect when anybody for the matter of fact, yes, male or female, anybody for the matter of fact, when they start in a labyrinth called corporate or any kind of job that they're doing. So mentoring basically value adds a lot in terms of for the mentees to navigate through a system where they are trying to understand what it is, and they're able to get guidance both professionally and personally, because that is the most important part where they are able to carve out their own journey within the organization of what is expected out of them. Most of the time, it so happens when you join an organization, you're given a certain scope of work, and you're saying that, okay, this is what you need to do. But then there are a lot of spaces where they get confused. The interpretation what the organization may want or their work profile may want, it may not translate, or sometimes it is not even understood properly. So hence that translates into certain things which do not exactly convert into a certain deliverable. So being a mentor, not only you act as an influencer, you act as somebody who's a guiding path, a guiding light, and you're even able to tap on the mentee's skill sets better. Which obviously, if you have a certain path where you can kind of have an understanding, okay, this is what is expected out of me, out of a vertical and everything, and then it makes a lot of difference, between both. Did I have a mentor? Yes, I did have very strong mentors who absolutely contribute to the way how my career has been architect. So yes, to answer your question, it's important.
No, I think what you said was amazing before Shivani chips in with her input. Aspire, inspire, and empower. I think that is a huge takeaway for the audience here. So Shivani, and then of course followed by Sri Lakshmi as well. We want to hear your take on this as well with mentorship, the kind of roles that can be defined between a mentor and a mentee, and how does it actually shape one's career. So your inputs here, please.
So thanks, Gayatri. So as she said, that mentoring is a relationship. It's where you can groom a person, not just professionally, but personally as well. There are times when it can be a lifetime game changer for the person you are trying to reach out. And it is also like a reflection to you. So as a mentor, sometimes when we're trying to support someone, we also reflect back and we realize, okay, these are the things even we should work on while we are trying to help the other person. So it's a two-way thing. It's a win-win situation for everybody who's part of it. I think everybody in the audience as well, I'm sure that at some point of time you would have had a mentor in your life. It could be anybody. It could be a school teacher or a university professor, or maybe a boss or somebody from your family who might have helped you, supported you. It's slightly different when you come to a workforce, where you're in an industry, because every industry has its unique challenges. So to have a mentor from the industry brings definitely a far bigger or far greater value, because the person with his experience can always share and say, look, this is what happened in my past, this is how I handle it. Everybody has their own challenges and you have to handle it yourself, but just getting that input is helpful. It's helpful to avoid certain known pitfalls. It's helpful to navigate through challenges and bring about the best in you. Sometimes, especially with women, I can say, we're a bit of perfectionists. We try to do things perfectly, and we also sometimes do not speak up enough at times where we should, because we think we are not there yet. So somebody who's supporting us and guiding us to say, go, try it out, do it, you have it in you. Even these small things makes a big difference, and it can change a life. So for this, I think mentor is extremely important, and it can help any individual, not just females, male and female both.
Sri Lakshmi.
Thank you, ladies, and good afternoon, everybody. I think I've heard a lot from the three of them, so not much that I can add on, but maybe a a bit of an experience perspective I'd like to bring in here. And I think Shivani touched on that point, which is basically reverse mentoring. I think that's a very interesting concept because personally, even for myself, when you have a mentor, and people get confused between a coach and a mentor, you know. A coach normally is the person who probably there's an expectation. It could be your immediate boss or someone who probably works with you. But a mentor is totally an unrelated person who can work with you to probably rediscover yourself. And an example that I could quote here is when I was being mentored by one of the gentlemen who is from a finance industry and I'm from a marketing background, there was something the gentleman found in me which he did not have, and he asked me, can you mentor me in these areas? And that was reverse mentoring. And that was indeed quite a shock to me because you go to a mentor to probably know something which you do not know about yourself. And when that person is kind enough to tell you, can you do this for me in reverse? I think that's a success of a mentor-mentee relationship. It's not really a mentor-mentee. You end up being two mentors together, you know. And probably the success that you achieve is shared by both of us together. Thank you.
So we'll start with you this time first. Do you think we would be in the same place in our careers if it were not for a mentor?
Maybe I would say yes and not. Okay. It can be in both ways. It depends on yourself because I think each of us have a passion to do something. And especially, we were just having a discussion before coming here. I think women are much more empathetic. And not that we have anything against men, but the leadership that we bring out is with a lot of empathy, you know. So obviously the passion grows more stronger when you probably have this kind of a quality in you. So if you have a passion to guide you and lead you, you can still succeed. But yes, a mentor can probably make the process a bit more faster. And I've been spending the last 10 plus years in a construction industry, you know. Though I've been on the creative area, it's more of a construction industry. And believe me, it's very, very difficult there for women to actually flourish in senior leadership roles. One being that the place, the sites that you work in are not conducive to women because you need to work at project sites. So are we being inclusive as an organization to get more women by providing them better comfort in places that they have to work? So that leads to probably a lot of flexible working, which is something you can talk to people who are your mentors, may not be to your boss directly, you can't tell them, but probably someone who's unrelated can talk and can take the way forward. Thanks.
I'm going to ask Gayatri to give her inputs here. So do you feel your entire career, I mean, how would it have panned out, say, without a mentor? And how did having a mentor help?
So, you know, taking Sri Lakshmi's thing, it is yes and no as well. Yes, because when you are all new, so I'm coming from a hardcore broadcasting and motion picture background, right? So at that point of time, and it's almost 25 plus years that I've been in the industry. So having been there, when you are actually as a new joinee or, you know, just into the world, you're just thrown into it, at that point of time, you are so lost in the labyrinth, actually. So that's where you require a mentor, you know, who kind of like says, hey, you know what? So one of my mentor, who also happens to be an ex-chairman of Reliance, was Amit Khanna. So he was known to be extremely harsh, okay? And he would just put, at the drop of the hat, he would say, okay, you're doing this show and you're an EP of the show and you have no clue about what to do, you know, everything. He said, you'll learn. So you go back, you hear all kind of galis and everything which is there, which is a part of it. But, you know, at the hindsight, when you look at it, it's like actually, oh wow, if that would not have been there, I would not have come this far, you know, to understand the nitty-gritties and everything. Also, I've been, one is the aspect of the job of it. The other aspect is also shaping your personality as well. You know, and there I've had two very strong ladies mentor, you know, and who have been, whether it's equality, whether it's being heard, whether it's, you know, the challenges that one goes through, you learn to navigate. And yes, so that post that, you know, you understand what it is and you navigate yourself also. So yes, in the initial years, mentorship is extremely important. Otherwise, people would be absolutely lost and would not know where it is. And I definitely contribute to those teachers of mine. Always. I definitely compliment them.
No, very valid points, I think. But somewhere we're all sort of unanimously agreeing that having a mentor definitely, I mean, it is essential to one's growth journey. So what sort of challenges, Shivani, do you feel the industry poses? And what can be done, to mitigate these challenges? What can be done for women working in the industry?
I think most of the challenges is equality for sure. I think the biggest is being heard and given opportunity. The other challenge is also environment. Hostile environment is sometimes that is posed on them. And another challenge is usually, you're made to feel basically like, oh, you need to be at the coffee table conversations, or you need to be at the smoking conversations, or you need to be at the late night dinner conversations. Otherwise, you're made to feel like, oh, it's FOMO happening to you and all of that. I think opportunity is something which is most important, and environment is most important. A safe environment to be and being heard and given equal opportunity. Like for instance, if usually women are caregivers, and when they come back after a certain maternity leave or something, you get to know that they've lost a certain promotion or certain opportunity. My question is why? If the candidate is deserving and they really have a proven track record, just by that 6 months or a 1 year of maternity leave does not keep them or take them 10 steps back away. Also, another thing what could be done is through the mentorship is accelerate their interest in certain other areas as well. Because a lot of time people are stuck to a certain job and they want to grow, but they don't know how to grow. So those kind of things where, every organization has a certain verticals, which could be of interest to the candidates and to people and professional, that also helps them to navigate through and carve out their aspirations. So hence aspire, hence inspire.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I just wanted to add to that. What Gayatri said, yeah, those are challenges, but I think there are few industry challenges which are across the industries. Some industries have really matured and they have taken very conscious steps or decisions to make sure it's more inclusive, it's more diverse. But there are other industries who are far behind and they need to make that initiative somewhere. Especially I feel the international organizations, they sometimes have their DEI initiatives as a part of their showcase, stock exchange. So they make sure that those initiatives are there. But then there are other organizations who are thinking about it, but they are far behind to implement it. We are 50% females, so we can't leave them out. It's a workforce. It's a strong, big workforce. When you go out and you take interviews, you really realize, oh, there's a skill shortage. But it is there because we are somewhere not encouraging all the genders to come and join and be equal. If I see a profession where I hardly see female, I would likely not go into that field thinking, oh, it's a male-dominant field. So to clear that perception that the field is based on your knowledge, your ability, and your experience, and you can equally contribute whether you're a male or a female. So opportunity is given based on your ability, not because of gender, color, or anything else. So these are important things, and these are the things which organizations need to seriously look at, take support from wherever they can, but build in certain programs which are more accountable, clearly measured, so that they can see how they can bring diversity. And we are in media, we are in print, radio, television. We need to have that equal representation so that the story is a complete story, not a story from one person point of view or a one gender point of view, but it's a balanced out story which comes from the society for society. So yeah, that's my take. Thank you.
Maybe I'd just like to add in a different perspective, because most of the organizations, like you rightly said, they have a target. So for example, probably 30% of women directors by 2035, is a strategic direction set. But this happens only when you have mid-level hiring of women who can move to the leadership positions. And that's a big challenge in many industries, because you need to hire women at the mid-level to groom them to move into leadership positions. And that also a lot of men resist having women in certain industries for certain select reasons. They do not want to have them. So one of the initiatives that I remember we had taken was, could we have these sessions addressed towards men? Tell them it's not just calling women for a women program, but actually calling men for the program, because they become your allies who actually can support the growth of women, which many organizations fail to achieve, and they call all the women for a women's program. But if you could actually have men, 70% men in that, they understand the importance of how you achieve this 30%. Without hiring at mid-level, you can't reach there.
That's a wonderful point.
Absolutely. I have a question based on what Gayatri said. It's not part of the set, but just a question, anyone can take it. You very rightfully pointed out that women, tend to go on maternity leaves, or they could be remote workers because of, certain commitments at home. Now, men have their groups, they have their support groups, they have their systems in place already. In any case, I mean, we are looking for mentors, we are looking for people to handhold us, at least through the initial stages of our career. What do you think can be done in a more concrete manner so that you're not missing out on opportunities just because you're not part of the right groups, but you have the talent, you have the potential? What do you think RISE can do, especially in this context?
Yeah, it's a very great question. And actually, we are here to discuss that. Actually, we are really wish to start RISE India chapter. And with that, we would really like to support and guide all women here, which are here, and we are seeing all in media broadcast industry. So we want like who are the leaders here, we want their support, their time, and we want them to volunteer us so we can bring build a great workforce here who will support RISE. And with that, we will really transform women in media and technology sector. So this is one of our vision, and that's why we are here. We want all of your support here. Please join us, and please be a part of us.
Yes, just to add on to what Rupali said, being in this industry for so long, I'm in broadcast and media for 20 years, and we keep talking and having this conversation. So we always find similar answers saying, yes, there is a need, but then how to do it, what to do to achieve it. And also, because RISE is working in different countries, we have an Asia chapter. But at the same time, if you think about it, any women working or being in Japan or China or Australia might have different kind of society challenges or industry challenges than a women in India. So then the thought was that we need something exclusively for us, for our society, which is our industry. Our technology is moving at a very, very fast pace, and you can see this in this Broadcast India show. The technology is way ahead, but we need people to work on those technologies. Now, having a program customized or created just for India specific, I think we can consider those factors in our mind which are specific to our culture. It is specific because we understand how we have been brought up as a child. We understand what are our social or mental barriers and how we can overcome them. So one of the initiatives of RISE this year is to try and launch a chapter specifically for India, where we encourage, we connect with mentees and mentors, and we form a strong group together.
I think that's a brilliant initiative. And I think as a country, and especially the media and entertainment industry, can really benefit from something like this. Tell us a little bit more about the RISE Academy as well. I mean, how can we encourage the youth to be a part of it?
So, as I was mentioning before, anybody who is in a position to recruit, when you start recruiting, you'll realize there's not enough skill set, especially because technology is moving faster than we are moving. And you'll feel, oh, I have a very high-tech equipment, but I don't have specialists or technicians to really manage or work with that. So we want to encourage young people, boys and girls, to understand and join this industry. If you see how much people know about this industry, people know about maybe what they see on the screen or what they hear on the radio, but behind the scene, the technology, the engineering stuff which is going on, not many people know. And when the surveys were done, it was found out that there are the number of people who are joining media and technology education is also declining. So this Rise Up Academy was created so that young people can be given exposure, and exposure by the industry leaders, where they volunteer, they come in and they show stuff like how to build up a 4-camera studio, how to do a video edit, how to create production, how to work on an OB van. They get that exposure, that first-hand experience from the expert that helps them to think that is it a good industry for me to step in and join. So we are trying to reach to that young generation to motivate them, to inspire them so that they become part of this industry, knowingly with full information. Like when I joined this industry, I had no knowledge what it is. I just joined and I by chance stayed here for so long. But we want to have information flowing about this industry so that young talent can come in and we don't have a talent shortage, which is going to happen if we don't take an action.
Right. So I think just a statement now from all of you, since we are talking about RISE. What do you think RISE can do in India for the women in the industry here? How can the women benefit from it? And what do you think needs to be done on an immediate basis? You're talking about the India chapter. What are the next steps? I mean, the audience would like to know so that...
So the next step is we have, there's a website called risewip.com. And when you go to that website, there is a registration button. So we encourage people to come and register. When we register, they will start getting information about what the program is doing, what we are, how we are progressing. Now, we need people who are volunteers who can join us as a mentor. We need male allies. We cannot really run anything like this without them, so they are a very important part of our program. We want industry leaders to join hands and come together, and who are really passionate, who really feel that this is important. And also mentees. So the plan is that this year we launch the plan, and by next year, early next year, we start the program, which will be a 6-month program, 1-to-1 sessions. And then we'll see how it grows. Like, I'm very positive that this program is going to fly here. We know people will love to be part of it. But we want that registrations, we want people to come up and join and tell us what is their point of view. Everybody brings value. And we will start with mentor and mentee program. And after that, we'll see how we can navigate and we can go to the other programs as well. But the plan is to start with the first program and start to bring about the change, because somewhere we have to start. So this is a start for us.
No, a good start is the battle half won. So Gayatri, Sri Lakshmi, Rupali, if you can also please chip in, talk about RISE, talk about the importance of mentorship. What message would you like to give the audience here today so that, you know, women also find that opportunity and they can also grow?
Right. I think this is a great initiative, guys. Everyone should definitely register and be a part of it. Not just for one vertical like mentoring or a RISE Academy or something. I think it's also important at some point of time when we've really worked hard, each of us have worked hard and reached up to a point where we are in a point of being an influencer and to aspire. Also creating awareness. I think that is also important, because the more and more people are aware, then they know what are the venues that they can go. It just kind of gives the workforce, navigate or, plan their professional growth and personal growth as well. So I think that is a great message that I'd like to give everyone. And there would be a day where it's not about just women empowerment or anything. There would be a day when this podium should have both male and female equally sitting and discussing about a larger, horizons and perspectives, and that would be our success.
Super. That's our dream and belief.
Maybe just to add on, and I think I've been talking to the ladies, it shouldn't be restricted just to the media industry is what I think, because there's a need for this mentor-mentee relationship and women growth, empowerment in many, many industries, especially in our country. So, I mean, since I haven't, and personally like what Gayatri said, RISE needs more awareness. You need to talk more about what you guys are doing, and what now that I will also become a part of the RISE, how can we actually, create more visibility, and how can we get more women on board to actually grow? And I think I would love a construction industry tomorrow, the vision that I see from here, 10 years later, we have this industry wanting RISE, coming and talking to many more women on how they can actually grow. Thank you.
Great. Rupali, can we have the final words from you?
Please come and join us. The details are here. Please register and register as a mentor also, because we need mentors, because across global there are now 100 mentees and we need equal mentors also. So I request all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. This has been extremely interesting, very, very educative. I'm going to request Mansi to please come on the stage.
Thank you so much, lovely ladies. I'm sure all of us are really inspired to join and register ourselves for RISE. And now I would request our group director and member of the management board, Siva Kumar Venugopal, Nuremberg Messe India, to please hand over the mementos to the speakers. Once again, dear panelists. Request everybody to please be seated. We will be shortly starting with our next session for the day.
Sorry?
So moving on, next we have a keynote address by Sunil Gupta, co-founder, MD and CEO, Yota Data Services, on redefining content monetization with OTT platform as a service. Briefly introducing Mr. Sunil Gupta. Sunil was President, COO, and Executive Director on the board of NetMagic Solutions India. Sunil has an unmatched experience in the data center, cloud, and managed IT services industry, and is best known as the person who has built and operated the most number of third-party data centers in India. With an experience of setting up 15 data centers spread over 25 lakh square feet and running cloud, hosting and managed service businesses for the last 19 years, Sunil can start up from scratch or scale up an existing organization which wants to operate in this high-growth existing space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good morning, good afternoon, good noon. The topic I'm speaking on is redefining content monetization with OTT platform as a service. Before I come to the main topic, because I think I belong technically to a IT industry, so I'm very used to going to IT events, but coming to a media event and a broadcasting event possibly is the first time or second time for me. So many of you, I don't know whether you know about YOTA or not. So just to give you a little bit of introduction about YOTA, we are a digital transformation service provider. Essentially, we are a cloud service provider. We are a data center service provider. We serve IT services and solutions on a as a service model, which means if any of you want IT services, but you don't want to invest crores of rupees into building that IT infrastructure for your applications, you can come to us. We'll give you a cloud service on which you can run your applications, and you just have to pay small monthly charges for that. That is essentially what we do. We deliver every type of IT on a as a service model, and we serve enterprises, we serve governments, we serve startups, SMEs, to the hyperscale multinational customers. We operate and serve multiple customers, and we do all this running our own data centers, running our own cloud regions, which we have engineered, designed, built, and operated totally by us. And because we are serving mission critical applications of very customers who are running their businesses with us, we are empaneled, as you can see, and certified very heavily, whether it is media industry who need a TPN certification, or IT industry or a banking industry who needs SOC 1, SOC 2, SOC 3 certifications. We are highly certified and empaneled with government to provide these services. Just to give you a glimpse of the idea, this is a building which we have built and we run in Mumbai. This is our Mumbai data center, from which we are running and hosting a whole lot of banks and media companies and governments and multiple other customers. Similar data center project which is live and running for last 1 year. This is in Delhi. If you see, this is the type of services which we are providing from our data centers. Many of these is like a lot of Greek and French, but essentially these are the various type of data center hosting, cloud, application, cyber security, IT network services which we are providing. Essentially, these are the services which form the fundamental base on which any application, even in media industry when you are running, these are the services which run below that. And this is the services we are giving. You will notice a certain set of services which possibly you can relate to and on which I will be speaking in, which are essentially services towards media industry, OTT platform as a service, media asset management as a service, rendering as a service, and studio as a service. These are some of the services from our total bouquet of cloud services which we are offering. And one of these services, OTT platform, is today I'll be elaborating more on. We are launching using this platform today. Coming on the topic on OTT platform, the market is growing crazily. It is 30,000 crore market by 2030. PW says it will be $3.5 billion by 2027. India is home to 40 crore users for OTT platform, different type of OTT platform. We all are users of OTT. And of course, beside tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 are the emerging markets which are growing much faster than tier 1 markets. The OTT market in a short span of time is taking over the traditional market. It is already accounting for 7 to 9% of the total market. And the real question behind or in front of everybody now is how do we monetize the huge amount of content we have, whether it is a content which is a inherited content we have for years and years, but we don't know how to monetize that, or even the new content which we are creating daily and day out. How do we effectively monetize that content by taking it to the right target audience with the right experience? That is the challenge which I think industry has, and how do we do it faster and in a very cost-effective way? That is what the question industry is facing. And yes, these are the challenges. How do we monetize our content? We have content, possibly we have it into some tapes, possibly we have the content, I'm putting it on some social media, I'm making some money, but I really am not able to give a very effective utilization of that. I'm not able to give that immersive user experience which the user are asking for. How do I do that? How do I reach the customers everywhere, not to a limited audience? How do I reach customers everywhere? How do I offer engaging and immersive user experience that way we feel on a Netflix, for example? How do we create a simple to use and consistent experience? Again, We can keep on taking the example of Netflix or Disney Hotstar or whatever. And how do we perform targeted marketing? When I'm monetizing my content, besides having subscription money from the users, majority of the money you actually make is by putting advertisement into that. So how do actually I also put advertisement which are targeted toward the users who are supposed to see that advertisement? These are the questions which industry is facing. And in case you have content and you want to come and launch your own OTT app, what are the things you or your end users who will be using OTT app will look forward to your platform should have? They will say the platform should be able to give me an OTT app which allows my end users to have subscriptions which are very, very cost effective, right? It should have a lot of rich content. My OTT app should be available on all type of devices, whether it's an Android phone, whether it's an iOS phone, whether it's a laptop, iPad, or a TV, it should be available everywhere. Subscriptions should be very transparent, no T&Cs there. Online payments should be available. The content should be diverse. My content should be able to reach every single audience irrespective of the type of network they are having. Some people may have a 3G connection or 4G connection or a broadband which is not working very great. Can my content reach every type of user irrespective of what type of network they have? My content should be able to go even to the global audience in case that is the content or that is the aspiration I have. And of course, the interface of my app and all should be super great. But these are my aspirations. What are the challenges I as a content owner face when I try to go and take my dreams into reality? What are the challenges I face? My platform today, I may start with 100 users, but if my content is great, it suddenly may go into millions of users. Will my platform will be scalable and reliable in case I become successful? There may be 20 plus technologies which I need to support. Do I have the wherewithal to invest into those technologies and then support those technologies on a continuous basis? Can my content reach multiple devices so that users have a continued experience across all the devices? Do I have the right skill sets, domains, technical skill sets? Can I attract and retain active users on my platform on a continuous basis? Can I work with multiple integrations of technology? So these are all the challenges we get bogged down with. I have content. I know I can monetize it. I know my users are liking it, but I don't know how do I go take my content very cost effectively in a very fast way to my end users. These are the challenges which many in India possibly we are facing because we have content. We all are content loving people in India, but we don't know how to take this content to people, how to monetize this content effectively. That is where this service which we are launching today in Broadcast Asia today, YottaPlex. YottaPlex is nothing but a OTT platform delivered to content owners on a as a service model. Essentially what it means is if you have a lot of content, whether historical content, old content which you think people will be loving seeing that, or a content which you are creating continuously, you want to have your own OTT app and you want to go live with OTT app very, very quickly. What will you do that? You will just come and subscribe to this service. This service is giving you a complete end-to-end solution. Everything right from ingestion of the content to the delivery of the content to the end users and whatever comes in between. Everything is available in this platform, so it becomes a plug and play for you. And it comes very, very cost effective to you. So day one, as I said, you may have very, very few thousand users. So you only pay very little to the service provider, which is Yotta. But if tomorrow your content goes to millions of users because your content is so great, you start paying higher money only when your platform grows. Otherwise, you pay very, very small money. So effectively, you are able to go to market very, very fast. And as I said, it is infinitely scalable. God willing, your content actually goes to millions of users. The platform is so scalable, you will not be bothered about scaling your underlying hardware, software infrastructure. This platform keeps on scaling, and you can keep on realizing your dreams. So giving little more details what this platform is. This platform is allowing you to launch, stream, and monetize your content with your own branded OTT platform globally. This is a service which is being delivered, as I said, on a cloud model. You can launch your own OTT service. And one idea just came into my mind just today in the morning when I was talking to my colleague. So far, we are taking OTT service or OTT app for media houses, production houses, or big people because it is costing so much of money. It's so complex. What tomorrow the people who are influencers, they are having millions of followers on YouTube. They are having millions of followers on Instagram, Facebook. But they are not able to give that immersive experience to the end users, what an app can give. They are possibly giving it on a YouTube or Instagram. But their majority of the money actually is being made by those portals and not by the users. So how do users create their own branded app of their own personality? That is what users will be able to do. So tomorrow, just imagine a scenario, you are not only having an OTT app from studios and from production houses, you also have OTT apps which are from individuals, right? Which is of reflecting their personality. This is what is the power of this platform which we are launching. So essentially what this platform is doing, it is an end-to-end solution on a monthly rental basis. Everything, whether it is software application, underlying cloud infrastructure, everything comes into this. You can monetize your content through various ways. You go to the market very fast. Complete media value right from ingesting your content, transcoding, encoding, everything to delivery and playback is available in this. Complete ready solution, 24/7 support. Very, very low cost. You can go to market very fast. And of course, every skill set, every technology which go behind that is managed by the service provider like us, and you don't have to be bothered about that. And as I said, this platform can be used by anybody and everybody. It is whether it is a very large content owner, distributor, or aggregator, a very large media house or entertainment company. It can be a lifestyle company like a food, travel, yoga company. It can be a corporate house, who have got a lot of corporate content, or a marketing enterprise. It can be a school, university. It can be a house of worship. It can be a broadcaster, satellite provider, MSO, ISP, and as I said, it can be an influencer who want to have his own personalized OTT app. Giving some more detail, how are we doing this, right? In general, you may not be bothered or aware about this, but how do we do it at the back end? Very simple. This platform is allowing you to do the live broadcast also, as well as you can do your video on demand as well. If it is live, we are putting encoder. Encoder is available from the service, which encodes it, goes to transcoder, which is actually then transcoding into multiple formats, because you will be giving it on different network speeds to different type of device formats. It actually converts that into all those multiple formats. And in case you have a video on demand, again, that also goes through the transcoder, gets into multiple formats. That is where the magic starts. That is where the central part, you can see the OTT middleware on the screen. That is where our core platform comes in, which is doing all the magic. It has got all those technologies of managing your users. You want to create subscription packages. I want to give a 200 rupees package. I want to give 500 rupees package, or I want to give a free package, but I will be charging only for the content which is premium content. Or I will be making money only from advertisements and I will not make money for anything. Or I may be charging in case I'm able to do a live broadcast of a TV event or a cricket event, for example. So all this magic of how you want to monetize your content is something which is done from this middleware. And once your content is in this platform, once you have created your subscription packages, after that, again, the platform does the magic. It is integrated with CDNs, so it will take your content securely and safely to the people who subscribe to your platform through the CDN platform to any and every type of devices which your end users may be having. So it's as simple as that. Now, these are all the features which this platform gives. So it is cloud-based. It is giving you every single feature which will make you as an individual or even as a small boutique company to compete with the best of the OTT app, which we all see today. You can see what this platform offers. You can create your homepage the way you want. These are all readily available templates. You just need to customize them the way you want. This platform is giving you everything. You want to change user interface, you want to make menus horizontal or vertical, or you want to do many changes, the same type of interface can be, changed to look very, very differently the way you want to do it as per your taste. You want your users to have a content recommendation like the way we all are used to in Netflix and Hotstars and all this thing. All those things, this platform has the AI engine which actually helps your users to actually get the recommendations for the content. You can create your own carousel. So you will be, as a OTT app owner, we will be providing to you middleware. Essentially, it's the back-end administrative console on which you will be doing all the magic, all the configurations of your platform. So you will be creating your own carousel. In that carousel, whatever you want to do, you want to put the upcoming movies and upcoming, for example, TV serials. You want to put something like maybe advertisement. Whatever you want to promote in that carousel, you can customize that carousel on a real-time online basis. You can put advertisements in that carousel. To your end users, you can show these type of interfaces where they can access their favorite TV programs, very, very quickly. They can see movies on demand. They can see live TV selections. They can see video on demand selection, catch-up TV, electronic programmable guide, live events, everything what you want to give to your users. Again, I'm just saying, let's just imagine how you look Netflix. All that experience you will be able to give to your end customers on your OTT platform if you are using this service. Now, as an end user, as I said, depending upon the type of content you have and depending on the type of audience you want to serve, you may have different type of monetization models in mind. One model can be subscription model, which is SVOD. Essentially, you put all your content and you say, okay, I'll charge 100 rupees per month or I'll charge 1,000 rupees in a year. That is subscription model. The platform allows you to create subscription packages, so people will come, subscribe to your package, go through payment gateway, pay, and they start using your content. The second can be advertisement based. Your content is available in OTT free of cost to the people, but you have got an ad server technology at the back end, which means you are asking advertisers to put their advertisements through the content and you make money from them. So this platform allows you to do even that as well. Or you say, which is like a hybrid of this or in between that, maybe majority of your program is subscription based or it is on free basis or on ad supported model, but you for certain specific premium content, you still want to charge on a per transaction model. Or if you have been able to get a live event, for example, and that event people want to see, for example, some big ghazal or music show or some cricket event, you will be able to charge specifically for that show as well. All these type of monetization models are possible in this platform. Of course, this platform allows your end users to have a whole lot of search capability and advanced search capability because you'll have so much of content, people will be able to have that. And this I was talking about is your backend interface. While that screen which I was showing previously is what your end users are looking at in your app, but this is the platform which is your administrative console, which you will be managing as an OTT app owner. This is where you do content management. You have got huge content, huge type of content, how to segregate it, how to manage it, how to create metadata out of this, managing your users, managing your subscriptions, managing this different type of business model which I was talking about. In case tomorrow you want to get multiple different type of apps, one focused on yoga, one focused on education, one focused on lifestyle, you can do that as well. And of course, there are a whole lot of APIs. So in case you have some in-house applications also, you want to do billing and accounting through some in-house applications, this platform you can also integrate with your in-house applications as well. Again, as I said, that this platform allows you to take your app to almost every type of device on which your users want to consume your content. So it can be a smart TV, it can be a laptop or a desktop, it can be iPad, it can be iOS device, it can be Android device. It is available. This platform allows you to have your OTT app on all these platforms. The platform allows you to do push notifications to your users, a new program is coming in or your subscription is expiring, things like that. Besides giving you the platform, our service is also giving you by default access to CDN, which is essentially, as I said, if your content has to reach to the targeted audience, whether it is in India or globally, how you make sure that that content reaches to the people as per their device type, as per their network speed type, without any buffering, without any errors. How do you do that? That is where the magic of CDN network comes in. So we have tied up with the global CDN operators, packaged it as a part of our service, so that when you come and subscribe to this service, you are getting the benefit of CDNs by default as a package. DRM becomes a very important thing whenever you are hosting content. So how do you ensure that your content is accessible only to the people who are actually subscribing to that, and not anybody can just spoof on this and start using your content. That is where this DRM functionality of encryption, decryption, disbursable of the dispersion keys, all this thing comes in. This platform again is giving you all these features by default. When you are an app owner, one of the, again, great functionality you would like to have is analytics. Analytics on the user behavior. Which are the type of users they are, who are consuming my content? Which content is more being consumed? Which time of the day it is being consumed? There can be so many of parameters of user behavior which the platform is able to capture and deliver to you, which can actually help you in your content monetization strategy. Second part is this will help your people who advertise with you, because this is the data which will help them in putting the right at the right time to the right users. They can do that. And third is on notifications regarding the experience. Is there a buffering? Right? For example, is there any error? So these type of analytics will help you as the app owner to also, keep on improving the experience to your end users. This is basically the ad server functionality, which, as I said, that in case you want, your business model is that my content possibly is going free of cost, or maybe even if the program is subscription based, but I want to make extra money by having people who want to advertise through in between my programs. So this platform is also giving you a functionality of inserting ads at the right points in the content so that you can make money through that as well. Now, this is the part which I was talking about. Fundamentally, it boils down to that. These type of platforms may still be available in the market. The difference is they will be available on a different commercial construct. That commercial construct would be, come, we will give you a solution, invest into some crores of rupees into hardware, invest into software, invest into technical people, invest into internet, invest into security, invest into data centers, and then your OTT app is ready. Possibly you don't want to do that either from cost considerations or from time considerations or considerations of having so many of people which we may not be able to get. This platform is converting all that technical complexity to an easy thing. Second is making you reachable, available to you on a very, very cost-effective way. As you can see from these packages, if you want to try out this platform, you can try it out with us without paying any cost. So if you want to just see whatever this guy is speaking on the stage, does it really make sense, or is only talking some English here, you can come and try this platform, right? And see whether your content is looking out so greatly, and then you start subscribing to that package. If you decide that this is a platform for you, you can start for as low as 30,000 rupees per month. You can just imagine you have your own OTT app for up to 10,000 subscribers. You put in your content, create your plans, and you are just get going with your own OTT app. And as your users grow, you can decide to increase the subscription. And in case, for whatever reason, you feel that you don't want to go ahead with this, you can just come out of that. You're not stuck with some costly crores of rupees which you sunk into some investment. So there's nothing like that. You just pay a little bit of money and you can get going with your OTT app. This service, we are working on this along with our partner Setplex. It's a very large media company from US who are the technology partner. We are working with them, trust us, for last 2 years, fine-tuning the service to make it in this form and shape which I'm talking to you today. We can actually start a trial with you even today, frankly speaking, but we are just trying to do some more fine-tunings. From December 25, we will start making it commercially available to all the people who want to put their content and want to have their OTT app. Our team is here. We are here for all the 3 days. We have a booth here. So if you want to know much more technical details, if you want to engage with us, understanding deeper aspects of this platform, we are all available. We'd love to interact with you and love to see your own personalized OTT apps going out in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil Gupta, for the wonderful presentation. And if there are no questions, then we break for lunch now, and we will gather again here after half an hour. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you, Siva.
75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. To feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high, constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity.
Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. To feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity.
Dependability. Courage.
Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
trifft Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. to feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity.
Dependability. Courage.
Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity.
Dependability. Courage.
Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
Gesellschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. to feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions.
With more than 25 years of innovation experience in the media industry, Shailendra Mathur is responsible for the technology and architecture of A.B.I.S products. Shailendra has been awarded several patents and presented papers at numerous conferences, panels, and journals. Welcome. Our next panel for the session is Vijay Venkataraman, co-founder at Spotter and Creator Engine. Is he here? Vijay graduated from the University of Southern California School of Cinematic Arts and began his career in broadcast production at DDB Los Angeles. His love for the movies and particularly the crafts of post-production brought him back home to India, where he worked as a film editor and post-production supervisor on Tamil and Hindi feature films for the next decade. Welcome. The next panelist on board is Muralidhar Sridhar, Senior Vice President, AI and ML Prime Focus Technologies. Murli brings in 25+ years of cutting-edge industry experience, product management at top-notch product companies. He holds several patents, including many in AI, ML, and has won many innovation awards throughout his career. Welcome. Our last panelist is Anant Rungta, Managing Director, Famous Studios. Anant has over 14 years of experience in managing operations, strategy, and development of the studio. He has masters in entrepreneurship from Aston University, UK, where he has been awarded the Beta Gamma Sigma International Honor. Welcome. And this session is being moderated by Prasanna K, Business Head, Media Solutions, Cube Cinema Technologies Private Limited. Prasanna is an accomplished media and entertainment professional with more than 27 years of experience. He has rich experience in professional video and broadcast technology with varied roles. Over to you, panelists.
Hello, check. Yeah. Thanks, Mansi, for introducing the esteemed panelists. And we have, yeah, welcome the audience. And I'm pleased and I'm elated to be here. I'm honored to host this, moderate this panel. We have the architect of technology, the upcoming technologies, the future technologies, the designer of the future technologies, the person who is Mr. Shailendra from A.B.I.S, and we have Vijay from the creative part of it. So as a creator, we would get the idea of the session is what is generative AI and what is its impact on the media industry. And we would get the perspectives from a technology point of view, what would be the technology trends and how it's going to shape up, and a brief on the pros and cons of it. Definitely the advantages are many ways. And from the creative perspective, we'll say Vijay actually, who will understand from a creative point of view and what are the advantages that he sees in the technology and what he expects. And we have Mr. Muralidhar. Of course, he's been into AI ML for quite a long time. And now with the generative AI, while AI is one part where media content was to be repurposing of media content, better use and efficiently using it, AI was very important to enrich the content that we had. So he's been into it. Now, how the enriched content can be searched. So today we need to have diversified way of presenting things, and how the media can be presented to the end consumer. So for that, we want something to look into the enriched metadata also and suggest something. So they can suggest and they can create something, while the creator's perspective can be varied actually. And Mr. Anant, of course, he is known, and he is a person who's, they are innovative always with technologies. And as running a big post facility and a studio, he'll be a person giving a different perspective from his point of view, what it brings in and what advantages he sees for the media industry. Thanks to panelists, I'm honored to moderate this panel. Mr. Shailendra, I would just ask you to introduce about the generative AI and a brief about the generative AI and what it impacts in the media industry in a nutshell.
Sure. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming today. So Avid Technology develops products for creative editorial, whether it's audio or video post, asset management, but also music creation. So this is all about content creation, people creating content, the human perspective on content. So now with generative AI, basically, what is generative AI? People ask a lot of questions because sometimes people confuse what's regular AI versus generative AI. And without getting into technical details, I just tell them, look, if it's generating content, any type of content, is generative AI. So in our space, whether it's generating videos, generating speech to text, which is probably the #1 thing, generating music. We even ship some products for people who are composing music for it to recommend scores and chords. These are all examples of generative AI. And my personal favorite is when it generates code. Not because I'm just a coder, but you'll see, I'll talk a little bit about one way that we're actually using that to generate code and drive applications, which is, I think, going to change this industry. So that's my introduction to what we're doing with generative AI.
Yeah, so while the generative AI is meant to increase the efficiency, improve the efficiency overall, and the experience of the user as well, so Shailendra is assuring that the technology is one part of it. Of course, the human intervention is always there. The decision is again final by the end user. or the creator. So from the creator point of view, Vijay, so what is your take on the generative AI? And we heard the pros and cons. There have been, because it's too new, a vast subject, and it's coming up, and there are different reactions coming up from the media industry, and there are assumptions, many assumptions that are coming up. And what you see as generative AI being productive to the industry?
I think one thing to understand, especially in the field of post-production, is there's a large part of post-production which is extremely time-consuming, and that's what we refer to as grunt work, right? In Mumbai, we call it Gada Mazduri ka kaam. And a bulk of the Indian visual effects and post-production industry actually thrives on being able to do that grunt work because we throw a lot of people at it at a very low cost. What that also does is actually it doesn't translate into being a very good use of time, because constantly the post-production industry is evolving, and the demands when it comes to content creation is that we be able to turn things around at quality but at a faster speed. Anant knows this better than anybody because I'm the guy who keeps harassing his team to deliver my stuff faster. But essentially, how do we cut down that grunt work so that we can give time back to the creative process? For me, working in post-production management, one of the biggest challenges is that we spend all our post-production, all the time that we have when we're making a feature film or a series, all the time that we have for post-production, we spend it on either fixing mistakes or we spend it on doing essentially grunt work, right? And we never have enough time to focus on creative. But what if we could give more time to that creative process and let AI take on some of that grunt work? And for me, that's the big impact that generative AI can have on the industry.
Vijay, as a creative person, generative AI is narrating, helping you on the narration of story. Do you think that helps a creator also think from a different perspective, not just within his perspective, he can have diverse thoughts? So if the technology is used efficiently, so if something is suggested, recommendations are there and suggestions are there, different perspectives are shown for the same theme. So what is your take on that? Is that good or bad? Or?
I think it's great. See, I don't believe that generative AI or AI in general is going to replace human beings. It's just going to make us more efficient. A simple example, and let's not get into the media generation of it. Let me just talk about ChatGPT, something as simple as ChatGPT. Now, I've used ChatGPT to draw up a contract, right? Now, if I'm not a lawyer, I don't understand legal terms, but there are times where I need to draw up a very simple contract. And I can open up ChatGPT and type in my terms and what I want the contract to essentially encapsulate. And what would otherwise possibly take me 60 minutes to do takes 30 seconds on ChatGPT to spit out a draft 1. Now, am I going to use draft 1 and actually use that as my contract? No, I'm going to take that and then I'm going to obviously tweak the details and so on and polish that up. But it helps me get to draft 1 so much faster. And that's how I look at all the other tools, whether, I remember this is exactly 1 year ago. I was working with a director on a very big visual effects heavy film. And at the time, DALL-E was the thing, to generate images. And he said, why do we need to, I was in the process of setting up a team of concept artists because it was a very futuristic story and so on. And so he said, why do we need concept artists? Let's just use DALL-E. And I'm like, are you crazy? Like, no, you can't use DALL-E and it's just not capable. And then within 6 months, you had Midjourney come up and it was throwing up incredible things. And I was just sitting there saying, what is going on here? And what I realized is that we shouldn't be resistant to the technology, but also not overly index on saying that, yeah, it's going to solve all our problems and we can eliminate humans from the pipeline. Something like Midjourney, for example, helps me get to that draft 1 really quick. And like you mentioned, it could throw up some ideas that, my concept artist had not imagined.
Yeah, coming to Murli, So as Shailendra was referring, people get confused like the new terms coming on and there is AI always and now people have gone beyond the AI and they're looking at generative AI in the media. And what is your take on how's the response from people or how they are trying to efficiently use it, or what is the reaction, first reaction when people start up? Of course, there are serious broadcasters here who, after enriching their content, they want something more. As even Anand had pointed out and Vijay pointed out that the content needs to be churned out. There is no laborious job, not wasting time, but efficient content. The enhancement of content is very important. So what is your suggestion to the media and where this is taking to?
Sure. I'll give you a simple one-line definition of AI and then the difference in generative AI, right? AI is basically a hypothesis function. So it basically predicts something, right? And typically it has been used to identify, metadata in the content, easy discoverability of the content. And, how do I get to the content that I want that I can reuse, monetize, and the likes. But what generative AI does, it's just a set of AI networks that actually produces something out. But what it typically produces is typically text, videos, audios, right? And code is another form of text that Shailendra just mentioned. So from a realm of, what used to be used for discovery of content till even, let's say, early this year, from the advent of ChatGPT, a lot of people started believing in AI. One of the biggest issues that I saw typically with AI adoption with our customers is, all you creative guys are perfectionists, and AI is a hypothesis, right? AI will never be 100% accurate. It will never be 100% as creative as a human is. Having said that, with generative AI, people started, it became more consumer-oriented. People started using ChatGPT, and then the imagination started going wild. And the kind of technology leap that we have seen in 2.5, 3 quarters in this year is just humongous. And because of that, now we have started getting new use cases. You've just rolled out a use case wherein you throw in a horizontal video, and it gives you back a vertical video that typically a human would cut, right? And a human would take hours to cut, but AI can work 24/7, and it produces in the cloud. It produces this in a matter of minutes. And typically, it is 95 to 97% accurate. If you're good enough, use the 95, 97% accurate stuff. If it's not good enough, edit the remaining 3%. So like you said, a lot of grunt work gets taken out of it, and that's the big difference that generative AI is making over what we used to call traditional AI, ML. Though the underlying technologies are very similar, because of these new transformer models, the attention architectures that have actually come in, a humongous leap has actually happened, and I'm really worried. In the next few quarters, we don't know what all we'll see.
Anant, like Vijay, people like Vijay, the end users or people who come into you and they give you all the challenges. So what is that your facility has started to use generative AI in a positive way? And what is your take on that? And how is the reaction of customers coming in like Vijay, who was tasking you?
So first things first, we are operating across different segments. Film, OTT is something we started recently. But for example, in advertising as well, we produce content, right? So we have agencies who come to us with scripts, and they want treatment notes. So using Midjourney or other similar tools, we're able to create 4 or 5 different treatments and looks on the spot, which would otherwise have taken a matte painter or someone else externally 2 or 3 days. It just makes everything much faster. So I have always treated that part of AI as a catalyst for our business. So that's one use case. Last month, or was maybe 2 months ago, when Firefly, the plugin Firefly was launched in Photoshop, and I'm sitting with my creative head, and he's like, Anant, you have to check this out. I'm like, wait, what happened? So he takes a vertical image on his iPhone, he loads it into Photoshop, he puts a command into Firefly that, populate this image. A vertical image has become a 180-degree image in a matter of 60 seconds, right? So I think it's a catalyst. The other place where I feel post-production in terms of color grading or in terms of CGI, recently one of our senior-most colorists who's here, he was called in for a shoot in Nepal. Very, very challenging conditions, 12,000 feet, whatever. And the DOP who came in from the US, never worked with him previously, said that, how do I trust this guy? And, I need a certain look. So he's used some tool, he's created a look on AI, he's matched the same look with the raw footage, and we've been able to convince the director and DOP that, okay, you should work on this color grading project with us. So that's a rather simple way of using AI. So far, a couple of use case scenarios, as I mentioned, in advertising as well as the long format space. The other area where the Gadha Mazduri will come down is, rotoscopy. That's one of the big, I would say, areas where studios across the country, across the world have filled their facilities with a number of artists to cut out maths, etc. But with AI coming in, I think that unfortunately for them is going to reduce, but it will also give them the opportunity to upskill themselves into more creative, the more creative part of VFX, which might be comping or actually creating stuff, maybe 3D and CGI. So these are the areas where we've already seen in production case scenarios, AI really helping us. So for me and for my team, I keep saying to them that we should explore AI to the extent where it can be a catalyst for us, but even the client sees value in it, and you're reducing your lead time from the footage coming into your studio to when you're able to deliver it, because the industry is exploding right now in terms of content. And yeah, just kind of adding to what Vijay said. Yeah.
Thanks, Anand. So actually, overall, the response, like whatever we heard till now, I think is positive, where there is no ill feel about the generative AI taking over industry, or people need not worry about. Actually, it's increasing the efficiency of people. Rather doing laborious jobs, like rotoscopy is one area which Anand had highlighted. Definitely people used to spend ages doing that and wasting their times, where at least these people can upskill and get into a better works and churn out more content today. And Shailendra, I would like to hear what are the future technologies that you're looking on, and what are the trends you're working on currently. So brief on that.
First of all, out of all the generative AI technologies, the one area I think which still we have to continue reaping the benefits of is speech to text. Why is speech to text so important? The way I like to describe it is a lot of times, like whether it's if you're editing or doing audio work, music creation, or especially if you're dealing with asset management, you rely a lot on metadata to describe what is that content. What better metadata than the speech that actually describes what's in the video, what's happening in there? That's the semantic interpretation of what's going on. So speech to text right now, and Avid is not the only one, Adobe and other Blackmagic. Everybody is investing in speech to text first because there are so many benefits. And I believe we just touched the tip. It's the tip of the iceberg right now, what we're doing. So there's basically text-based editing. So you can actually, by extracting time code and speaker ID association, you can literally start speeding up your edits very, very quickly. You can recommend the edits very quickly. I want to connect up one other part, which I believe is fundamentally going to change things. You have to imagine that combine the power of ChatGPT, take the audio, convert it to speech, now feed that speech into the ChatGPT type of engine and ask it to give different interpretations. So at IBC this year, we were showing multiple proof of concepts, which actually just did that, which sped up an editor's job, an asset manager's job, by just saying, hey, just find the semantic meaning. That's the difference. Before it was metadata-based search, you had to find content or review things for a very long time. But now speech to text, you now send it and say, one of our product designers, he said, you know what, I have like 20 hours of content. Take the speech to text and summarize it for me. That's a huge saving already, right? And same thing, an editor, product designer, basically said, hey, find me the funny moments. Funny. Funny is relative. What you find funny may be different from the AI what finds funny. But that AI is just another assistant. It's what they thought was funny, but it gave a leg up exactly to other people's point that it's a recommendation. And finally, I'll connect up one other thing. I mentioned code generation. I am so excited about this because part of our lab at Avid, what we actually showed that both in Pro Tools and Media Composer, we can take, we just started introducing all these APIs on Pro Tools and Media Composer to drive the applications, Panel SDK, Scripting SDK. We actually taught the AI engine our code, how to code, by giving examples. And it actually generated code. So guess what happened? We talk about new people coming in, training. Well, jobs are going to change. But what's also going to happen is that the way we train has changed. What the generative AI was doing was basically taking the intent. Hey, how do I create a session? I want something with these many tracks, MIDI tracks, or in Media Composer, I want to create subclips and automatic edit. What it was doing behind the scene was actually generating the code and executing, not just telling you what to do. Just go in this menu item. It was literally executing it. So now you are free to express your creative intent versus learning how to learn every single piece of UI. I think this is going to be the future where the applications, the creative tools are working with are going to contain these type of commands where the application is semantically understanding you, what you want to do, and helping you.
Thank you, Shailendra. So while the technology part is mostly available and it's accessible to everyone now, and media, whatever message being conveyed, especially the broadcast media, is very powerful and it influences people in many ways. So generative AI, while the tools that you say are very exciting, and I think it's also very important for people who are creating content and presenting the content should be more responsible as well. So the overall governance part of it is very important. So because today it is very difficult to make out what is a fake video, generative AI generated video versus an original video. So the trust of the user is also very important. So in keeping that, because now everyone is able to reach out to the last mile user, the consumer. So because of the channels which are coming in, I can spin off my channel and I can generate anything and I can put on the platforms. So today, serious people who are professionals, so at least what is your take on the responsibility part of it, ethics part of this, which is actually a concern. But when it is used efficiently, I think, Anant, I would like to take your views on this.
I think in the lounge earlier, Sir was mentioning about something you're working on which will detect deepfakes, for example. So I believe even the whole Hollywood strikes that have just recently concluded, a lot of the reason behind the strikes was the risk of AI for creators, So, for example, voiceover artists who spent years to train their voices to either replicate an actor's voice or they've lent their voice for big films or commercials. AI tools can now pick up that tonality and they can kind of replicate any line in any kind of tonality with the same voice. So that kind of, that talent is basically just brushed aside, So that's one of the concerns I see. That's just one case example. Obviously, the whole deepfake thing is very worrying, not from the creator's point of view, but for people who want to mislead, give out wrong information. Now, for example, as everyone is aware, war broke out in Israel yesterday. There's already multiple fake videos that are being put out on certain things that are happening within there, like random people putting up videos that might be 10 years old, but showing it as though it is 2023. So end of the day, all this is misleading the final user. And we as final users don't have the technology or some app key, okay, we'll run this video and check whether it is fake or it's accurate, right? So these are the two areas I feel where, stealing data, stealing someone else's creation, unless and until we don't find a way to regulate it, this is going to be a risk. So this is going to be one of the main concerns that anyone in the creative industry will face moving forward. But time will tell if governments get involved to create laws that will regulate it. That's just my take. But I feel, end of the day, I just keep pushing everyone that, look, we should use it more as a catalyst, and let's not worry about what will happen later. That's my take on it. Yeah.
I think Murli, as part of a technology provider, so is it to be more transparent and to be to gain the trust of the end consumer? So there should be an option whether you can opt out of the generative AI, right? Anyone who's having their applications, should be a responsibility that you can't just enforce your things onto the end consumer. So, and otherwise it's going with a perspective which may be biased also. And I think the technologies which are being provided, any apps that for the end consumer should have the option of opting out. So I need not follow the generative AI and I need not go for all the content which is being predicted and suggested, recommended to me. So,
I'll just take a step back and say, look, this is a general purpose technology. AI itself is general purpose technology, generative AI more so. So it's to give you a parallel, it is as probably as big as the internet, or as big as the app stores that came in. So there's a whole world that's actually open there, and you can use it, you can misuse it. And in that realm, I think that responsible use is very important. One of the most important things that we need to do is whenever a customer's data is used to generate generate anything else, right? So you need to make sure that it is self-contained, and generative AI engine should not learn from there. That's something that we need to protect for sure. And the second thing is you need to use it where it makes sense. It's something that, pretty much like internet, internet can be used for good things, it can be used for bad things. So we've got to use it very, very responsibly and appropriately. One of the things that, many of our customers have told is that, there should not be any identifiable data that actually goes to generative AI engines that are public facing, right? Because then, it starts getting both biased as well as, information starts getting leaked, right? And there are, of course, already a lot of, legal, petitions that are there in terms of how some of the generative engines know some of this data, which is typically not in public domain in the internet, right? So given all that, I think we've got to use this very responsibly and also consult our customers in a careful way to ensure that you get certain benefits, but at the same time, you don't really, end up leaking information that's not really appropriate.
So from the media, the broadcasters, or be it the post-production, the filmmakers also. So if there's a disclaimer that this is using a generative AI, not a real human who's created this. So that kind of a transparency actually builds up the trust. And I think the evaluation of technology is coming so fast that it's available and accessible to everyone. So even a general, not a pro, so he'll be using it. Wrong hands may definitely lead to misuse of the technology as well. So people who are seriously using it, especially I see in the sports worlds, it's beautifully utilized, and the way how sports is experienced by the end audience is enhanced much more because of having generative AI and all. I think it's more of the responsible playing in the field who are seriously into the business, and they putting the transparency there, which I'm sure that users, the end consumers will realize that, and they'll know which is serious and which is a fake one. And can we open up to some question and answers, because we have some allied people here, all the audiences who are already using generative AI, and people who are interested to know more about it and how it is going to impact their media businesses or their part of contribution to the media industry. Anyone from the audience with a question? Yeah, I can see a gentleman here.
Since Anand and Murali has already dealt with this, I'm asking you, as of now, AI takes a lot of creativity into its own fold. So if generative AI is stealing somebody's creativity, and if he or she is not credited for that, so is it a piracy in a way? So how is it going? How are the future generative AI leaders going to address it, unless and until we have a proper AI laws? For example, European Union has already brought good laws in this regard. Unfortunately, in countries like in India, we are lagging in this. This is developing very rapidly. So unless and until we catch up so fast, a lot of creative talents will not benefit, and somebody else, some other guys will make profit out of that. So is it a fact also to be addressed? Otherwise, it will be a creative drain. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Shailendra, you are referring to the community that's forming up, the framework that is being done. So you may actually, that is the right...
No, I think that's an excellent point right now in terms of the attribution. A lot of the technology models that are very popular right now have already been trained on some copyrighted material. But moving forward, it basically means that everybody who does generative AI models or any other AI models, they have to adopt cleared content. This is the first step. And all of this, and you do see that even this year, several people have announced those type of models. But the second part of it is we all, instead of regulations, you mentioned the European Union, perfect example. The US is coming up with similar things. There's also an NIST. They have come up with some recommendations as well. Will it become law? It's not clear. But we shouldn't really require laws because those are there to help us. We all need to accept the responsible AI positions. Just because we can does not mean we should. So there are certain, so just as an example, at AVID doing the technology development, we came up with some responsible AI positions. One of them was literally saying that it's up to us to make sure that there are commercial guarantees that all the models that we're using actually is using cleared content. And that's, so some of the speech-to-text technologies, the productization we've come up with is based on that. Another example was for our chord generation, music generation. That's one of those areas where we ourselves are training the model, not accommodating somewhere else. That where, we talked about opt-in. So again, first of all, there's an opt-in, but then there's also cleared content that we can generate on, which is free of attribution. So these are all examples of steps we ourselves can take. And I think this community, I think we all talked about responsible AI. We're all becoming conscious of this. So I think this is the way this is going to proceed. And lastly, I'll say that when regulation fails, technology does have to step in. And it's very difficult to detect deep fakes or generative AI. So the concept that's become is, rather than saying it's something fake, why not say that this is true? Right? So in the past, there were things like blockchains, but a lot of that, there's actually something called C2PA. That's a coalition that's growing right now. AVID just joined it, but there are many others, Microsoft, BBC, many other supporters of this, where we're trying to come up with some technology where we can actually say that this is true, and almost like the blockchain side of things. So people, when they're watching content, they can figure out that it's true, but not just that, attribution, because it actually starts almost like the blockchain type of principle. It can go back to where did it start and keep track of all of that history as well. These technology steps are going to really help the industry adopt the generative AI much faster.
Just an add-on. Sorry, since you mentioned about blockchain, is there any possibility by which there will be automated sharing of profits using this blockchain technology, so that creative persons or journalists, they benefits, because AI steals all this, generative AI steals creativity as well as journalism from the other side, So there should be some technology that should automatically credit attributes as well as income to the creative or journalistic people. Thank you.
I think you just proposed the next big startup trend. So I'm not sure, but there are many institutions, like on the movie side, there have been methods of tracking where what content came from where. But right now, even without AI, it was a very difficult job. Music, especially, it was a very difficult job. But I believe that, especially with technologies like the C2PA, as it becomes much more democratized, there is an opportunity there. I can't say that people are doing it right now, but this is where we need to go. People need to be able to attribute, and even with micropayments, but I haven't seen companies pop up that are ready to do that yet.
I'll just add there, there are generative AI service providers today who do not allow you to style, for example, certain stories based on people who are living today. Right? Authors who are living, you cannot write it in that style. it does not allow. So there is some sort of a self-regulation also that's coming in place. One thing about generative AI is not everybody can generate a big foundational model. It costs hundreds of millions of dollars, and very, very few companies in the world can actually afford to build that. So there is some sort of a self-regulation that comes in through the responsibility of these companies, right? Along with that, there are specific custom models that we can develop where we can do that. But again, there, you are working in the realm of a legal framework, in the realm of a framework between you and your customer, where there will be some sort of self-control. The biggest risk potentially lies with consumer-facing products, where potentially anything can go in, anything can actually come out, and where there is need for a more regulation. Like I said, it's pretty much like, you can do anything on the internet, so pretty much is a similar realm that you can do various things here. Some sort of a regulation, or at least at least a self-regulation to start it will probably be good to go.
I have one more thing to add to this. Most of us here, we've been part of the media industry for a long time, or our companies have been part of it for a long time. And we've always very responsibly promoted technology, whether it was the film camera, whether it was then a digital camera, whether it is AI, or it is VFX, whatever. The technology that goes behind creating content, we've always promoted it very responsibly. So, I'm guessing the rest of the panel also will agree that if we're using AI to create content or to allow it to be a catalyst to create content, we will definitely ensure that the person who is looking for that content from us, we will definitely say, okay, we have used AI to a certain degree to generate this, So that is something each of us have to be responsible, okay? The same thing can also be questioned about piracy, When a pirated copy goes out, someone is being irresponsible about it, and the producer or the studio that's put millions of dollars behind that content loses all the money, right? So similarly, even where AI is concerned, yes, we should come within regulations, okay? I was in the US in August. A lot of SIMT members in the US as well were talking about that the strikes are happening and AI is one of the reasons, and they already had started working on certain policies that would ensure that the use of AI would be regulated, or if AI is being used, how it has to be mentioned out in the market that, okay, AI is being used for this. So I'm sure collectively as an industry, we will come to some kind of a consensus where it only helps the future of our business. That's what I believe.
So any other question?
Yeah, my name is Srujan. I'm from Hyderabad. So, hello? Yeah?
Yeah, a little closer.
So, yeah, my name is Srujan. I'm from Hyderabad. So basically, I work with virtual production. So recently, regarding for the photogrammetry, there is an alternative called nerve fields and also 3D Gaussian splattering, which is a new technology, which is creating 3D assets just with a video using machine learning. So I want you to give me a basic understanding about it, how it is going to change total photogrammetry technology into asset management thing.
So is it, Vijay, would you like to talk on that?
Well, I don't know how it's going to change it, but I can tell you how I'd like it to change. As a user, what I would love to see, especially in the field of virtual production. Now, virtual production is a very huge area to cover, and there are, somebody who works in it, I'm sure you know that there are so many different components to virtual production. But let's take the prep side, the pre-visualization side of it. How much time does it take you to build out an environment, build out the assets in Unreal Engine and build out that environment before we can take an Unreal remote and start, a director and DOP can start playing around and blocking their shots and blocking their actors and things like that. It's a time-consuming process. And you know that that's not something that you're going to use for the final product, because obviously it's a low poly version, it's not going to be very high resolution and so on. So being able to use AI to get to that really quicker, where you can throw in keywords in terms of references, throw in some images, some videos, and then say, hey, look at all of this stuff, the information that I'm giving you, and build me an environment which makes it a starting point for your team of artists, who can then take that and start building and tweaking that to what the director and production designer might actually have in mind. So, for example, if it's going to take you 15 days to build out an environment, this could potentially crunch that to 3 or 4 days. I'd love to see things like that happen when it comes to virtual production. Just those kind of things that can enable us to get to draft one that much quicker.
Yeah, I think we are running out of our time. Thanks, panelists, for your contribution and sharing your experiences also. I think, as Vijay said, and overall we can understand that it is a positive take from the session. We understand that the generative AI, though there are several tools coming up and there are much more capabilities that we are going to see in the future, overall some responsibility, people are handling it with a responsible way. It will be amazing that we can get betterment and efficiency is increased and the overall quality of experience will also increase. Mansi?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, dear panelists, for the wonderful insights in the world of generative AI and its impact on the media industry. To end with, I would like to call upon Kavita Sharma, Senior Director, Conferences and Media, Nuremberg Messe India, to hand over the mementos to our esteemed panelists. Mr. Kamran Akhtar, who is the pre-sales lead of SARC Seagate Technology, would be making a presentation on the topic.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope I'm audible, right? Yeah. So everybody is talking about the AI and everything, right? So are you aware about that? What is the India market for AI? Any blind guess? No? India is the second largest market for the AI. As per the IDC prediction, by 2026, it will be grow like 20%, at the rate of 20%. So just imagine how much data is going to generate by the media and entertainment, by the user, by the enterprise, by the any mode of customer, right? So how we are going to address those market? We have some different storage where you need to keep those data. So just have a look about our product offerings. So our focus is on pushing past with possible, right? So we have a back-through technology, so you can store your data as much on our storage boxes. So Seagate is more than 45 years old storage company. We are a major OEM for all the leading storage company, which is currently available in IT industry. As per the IDC report, if you see that by 2026, it is going to be 221 zettabyte, right? And that much of data we are generating. So if I talk about the data generation, each and every person who is sitting here is generating the data. Can you please let me know what kind of data each and everybody is having? Everybody is having a storage, right? Do you have a storage with you? Yes, of course, your phone is your storage. Right, the moment you are taking the selfie, you are resting yourself, any communication which you are doing over the WhatsApp, Instagram, Telegram, everybody is generating the data and that data contributes here, right. So as per the again the market study, only 30% of the data which we are generating is getting stored. Remaining 70% is not stored yet, right. So that's why we did this activity along with the IDC, and this is very much eye-opener for media and entertainment also, because media and entertainment is the one of the largest source of data generation. So just have a mega trend on screen. So 100 GB per genomes a normal human genomics are creating, right. If I talk about the smart factory, each and every factory is creating 1 petabyte per day. If we talk about the smart city, everybody is talking about the smart city. From last 7 or 8 years, we are talking about the smart city projects, and there are lots of smart city projects are happening. So per day, 2.5 petabyte of the data storage we are generating. And autonomous vehicle, everybody is having now a smart vehicle, right? So there is a lots of data generation happen by that vehicle also. So 32 TB, up to 32 TB per day, a smart vehicle is generating the data. So if I talk about to address these kind of mammoth of data generation, we have some roadmap in terms of the Seagate. So currently we are having a 22 TB of capacity. This year end we are going to launch 30 TB of storage capacity within the same single hard drive, and by 2026 we are going to launch 50 TB in a single hard drive. That one hard drive size is 3.5 inch, right? And within the 3.5 inch of the is the size you will able to store up to 5 TB of the capacity. So that is the kind of R&D development and technology which we are doing on a regular basis, so that in the same space of the hard drive you can keep more data. So to address those opportunity, what exactly we have? So Seagate is basically a manufacturer and a design company who are providing their own storage to all the leading storage company. We are OEM to all leading storage company. In storage, more than 30 years we are doing the business, right? And we are supporting all the storage product portfolio. So if I talk about the storage product portfolio which Seagate is having, we have a all flash storage array, we have application platform, we have a block storage, and we have a specialized for the media and entertainment which is called as a core vault. So what is the pain point generally a media company is facing? So if you see on the screen, because there is a high cost to maintain the capacity, right? And every media company is required the fastest access of their data, right? There is no lag, nobody is going to compromise. If you are on a OTT platform, if there is a particular second of lag, you are not able to stream your video. Immediately you change your OTT platform or you try to search something different way so that you will get a streamed in a stream manner, right? Along with that, also media company is thinking about, for example, if they are buying the storage from day one, for example, 500 TB, they are looking that how they can scale up from 500 TB to 5 petabyte within the same storage architecture. Seagate have those storage boxes where you can start with the smaller footprint and you can go up to the larger footprint. And definitely, because nowadays data is getting hacked by every day. So security is the concern, right? So we have an end-to-end encryption where your data can store in a form of encryption where we can address those data theft as well as the security compromise. So how we are going to address it? So let's have a look. So if you are aware about that, there is a traditional traditional RAID, which is basically a RAID 5 and RAID 6 where one drive failure and two drive failure you are protecting, right? So we have a different one which is called as the ADAPT. It is similar to RAID 6 which is having a dual drive failure protection, but it will give you a better expandability. For example, if you started with the 10 TB of the capacity and you want to expand up to the 20 TB of hard drive in a same disk group, you can mix and match, right? And along with that, not only we are going to mix and match the capacity, we are also giving the flexibility. If you have some certain capacity and you want to increase those capacity on a live streaming, we have a capability to address your live streaming by autonomous drive regeneration. We call it as a self-healing. For example, everybody is having the smart car, right? The moment your tire get deflated, it will pop up the alert on your dashboard, right? So alert mechanism is still all the smart vehicle is having, but we are thinking beyond that. So there is a company called Michelin. So they have some liquid within their tire. The moment your tire get inflated, that liquid come to that affected point and it's try to fill up and your air will not blow out. Due to this, you are continuous up and running over on the highways. Similar manner, Seagate developed self-healing concept. So what it does, on a hard drive, generally smart error and bad sector are happening. We have such kind of software and mechanism within our storage boxes where we can sniff that problem which is happening on the hard drive and we try to rectify that problem. With the help of that, my hard drive doesn't go fail, and due to this I am saving lots of customer time. There is no downtime related to the hard drive failure, right? And if one hard drive get failure, generally a customer will suffer at least 24 hours. Why? Because the moment he changes that faulty hard drive, there is a red building activity happen on the backend side, right? So due to this, there is a performance impact. If you are working on a live manner, your performance will impacted. To keeping those problem of the M&E, we develop this concept. Due to this concept, there is no hard drive failure, right? Second thing, if 1% it doesn't get healed, what it does? So we know that particular affected area, that particular bad sector which is happening on the disk, we isolate particular capacity or a space from the entire hard drive, and it's happening on the back end of this storage controller. And by isolating that particular bad sector or a smart error, my 95% of disk is available for the data storing. And again, it is not going to down any hard drive due to this failure, right? So that is the unique proposition for the M&E customer. So, what exactly we have? So, we have a self-healing concept where your hard drive will not get downtime. We have a different capacity. We have a 1.5 petabyte within the box, we have a 2.1 petabyte, and we have a 1.9 petabyte. And you can see on the screen, this is the very flagship product for the M&E customer, and there is a lots of awards which we already received for this product. And if I talk about the capacity along the performance, so this box will give the performance also. So, if I talk about the performance, we always have a matrix to the performance is the throughput. So, throughput is basically your read and write operation. So, it will, if I talk about the read and write operation, so random read and random write, so 14 GB per second as well as the 12 GB per second as a sequential write we are providing out of this box. Plus, we are also giving on the paper SLA guarantee. So, 99.99% uptime we are giving on the paper. So, as of now in storage industry, nobody is giving. They are talking about that, but on the paper they are not giving. So, this is the benefit. So, we are giving the hyper scale efficiency within the box, we are giving the high capacity within the box, sustainable and cost saving. So, the moment you increase your cost, the moment you increase your capacity, your cost will lower down, right. And also superior data availability with 5x9 guarantee on the paper. So, what is basically ADAPT? So, we have a just a comparison. So, there is a raw capacity of 1680 TB. The moment you use the ADAPT, so it will give you a 1422 TB as a usable capacity. So, hardly 2 drive or 80 TB kind of spare capacity we are keeping for the hard drive failure protection. So, that much of capabilities we are giving, and entire hard drive spindles we are using as a performance. So, that is why there is a no idle hard drive which is sitting within your data center, everybody is performance, giving the performance. So, how we are giving the uptime? We have a dual controller. So, if you talk about the NAS or everything, they have a single controller. Here we are giving a dual controller which is active. Plus we have a different ports. So, each controller is having 4 ports. So, each port is 12 gig as a SAS connectivity we are giving, and within the box you will have a 84 hard drive. So, 22 TB into 84, somewhere around 1 petabyte of the raw capacity you will get out of the box. So, if I talk about the media industry specifically, so generally for the large capacity, what exactly they are doing? They are keeping a lots of JBOD and they are connected with the storage or the servers, right. The moment you keep lots of JBOD, so you require, if you see on the screen for the 20 petabyte, we just did the comparison on a live environment. So, at least a customer required a 720 CPU cores, right, and you also required 780 GB of memory. As compared to the moment you replace that JBOD with the core vault, you only require 256 core as a CPU core. And if I talk about the memory, only 4096 GB as a memory. So, 60% lesser CPU, 40% lesser memory. So, that is creating a difference for the media and entertainment industry. So, these are the two options which we have in our product portfolio. If I talk about the references, so this box used for the backup for the enterprise, it is you can also build up the private cloud, and you can also replace the tape and media archiving requirement. It is also support your surveillance projects where a multiple of capacity you required due to the government norms. And if a customer who is looking for the HPC kind of environment, this goes very well into HPC environment. These are the few softwares we already tested in our environment and lots of customer reference. So, before launching this product, we already tie up with these softwares. So, OpenGFS, Acronymics, AMD, Pixid Media, ArchiStream, Store1, VMware, Veeam, Chef, OS Nexus, Commvault, IBM Spectra. So, we already tested this software, and this reference architecture is also available on their website. If you go to the Veeam site or a Pixid Media website, you will see that in their architecture along with their software, there is a Seagate storage behind them. So, if I talk about some customer references, so these are the customer references. So if I talk about the Mumbai case, Yota is one of the largest install base of Corvault. So I have a small video for you. So if you can go through, you will get a glimpse about the product which I am talking about.
Introducing Exos Corvault by Seagate, a high-performance, self-healing block storage system that delivers multi-petabyte capacity, 5 nines availability, maximum data density, and hyperscale efficiencies for both data center and macro edge environments. With efficiencies that rival hyperscale data centers, Corvault is ideal for petabyte-scale digital content development, data backup, public or private cloud infrastructure, and so much more. Corvault's breakthrough self-healing capability is enabled by Seagate's Autonomous Drive Regeneration Technology, or ADR. Hard drives are continuously monitored by ADR, and when necessary, thoroughly diagnosed and automatically renewed. This reduces human intervention and e-waste by returning drives to reliable service without having to handle and discard them. Under the hood, Corvault delivers consistent performance with its redundant active-active controllers, powered by Seagate's 6th generation Veloce CT ASIC, along with advanced distributed autonomic protection technology, or ADAPT. ADAPT is built on an erasure coding algorithm that dramatically streamlines overhead, throughput, management, and recovery. Powerful onboard management tools, including one-button setup, simplified deployment and use. All these capabilities are housed in an extreme density 4U enclosure that accommodates 106 drives for a total raw capacity of 1.9 petabytes when using Seagate Exos X18 hard drives. Seagate enclosures are designed as only a hard drive manufacturer can, with sophisticated and robust engineering, tight integration, and the highest quality manufacturing and precision tuning to maximize drive performance and longevity by actively conditioning vibration, acoustic interference, operating temperature, and power. And Seagate Secure is built into every system. Genuine, high-quality Seagate hardware is secured from design to supply to retirement. All included hard drives are self-encrypting for maximum security without controller-level overhead. With unsurpassed dependability, security, and performance, it's no wonder Seagate storage systems and drives are at the heart of leading data centers worldwide. And now, Corvault takes mass capacity storage another leap forward. Exos Corvault, petabytes of self-healing storage.
Yeah, makes sense. So for the media and entertainment, we have a specific support and SLA also. So we have a 3 years, 5 years. For many customer, we have a 7 years also. So generally with a storage, people are giving up to the 5 years of warranty. So we have a 7 years warranty because data retention for the media and entertainment is very longer side, right? So due to this, we also given the 7 years of warranty, and we have a different SLA for that. So anything related to this product or any query if you have, so we have a booth inside, so you can visit me and you can ask your question over there. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Akhtar, for the very informative presentation. And I would now like to request Satendra Mehra, Group Director and member of the Management Board, Nürnberg Messe India, to please hand over the memento to Mr. Akhtar. Thank you once again. Thank you, Satendra. Thank you, Mr. Akhtar. So let's move on. Now we have a very interesting panel discussion on the topic, emerging technologies in broadcast. And the panelists for this discussion are Chaitanya Chinchlikar, Vice President, Business Head, CTO and Emerging Media Head. Mr. Chaitanya. Yes, anywhere, please. Yeah, anywhere. With over 20 years of experience in the film and creative arts industry, Chaitanya is a passionate educator and a visionary leader who serves as the Vice President and Chief Technology Officer of Whistling Woods International, India's premier film and creative arts institution. Our next panelist is Raj Kapoor, founder, India Blockchain Alliance. Raj is the founder of India Blockchain Alliance, the largest Indian emerging technology tech think tank and an advisory board member at over 50 blockchain companies. He's also the CEO of Growth Alley Incorporation USA. Our next panelist is Anuradha Chaudhary, founder 0 to 3 Collective. Anuradha is a tech lawyer, a specialized legal and advisory firm for emerging tech plus Web3 plus media and entertainment. Welcome. And our last panelist is Angad Sodhi, founder, Colors of India. Angad Sodhi co-founded the Colors of Change Foundation to spark conversations about locally relevant social issues in rural communities in India and to empower artists by giving them a voice at the same time. Welcome, dear panelists. And this session is going to be moderated by Ganesh Kaushik, Transformation Advisor. Ganesh Kaushik has been in the media and entertainment industry for over 40 years. Currently, he's associated with India Blockchain Alliance, Emerging Technology Council, and Blockchain Governing Council. Thank you, and over to you, panelists.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks Chaitanya, thanks Raj, thanks Angad, thanks Anuradha. We are going to be talking about the ever-changing technology in the broadcast industry. From the day I started working in this industry, I've been only seeing changes and changes. And now, with the emerging technologies, it's going to be even more challenging, and there's a lot more changes that's going to happen. Well, let me start with Chaitanya. Chaitanya, with the generative AI that is coming in, how do you see the broadcasters can use that effectively?
Thanks. Thank you for having me. So a couple of things. One is, to start off with, they have to treat it like a tool, a content creation tool, and not treat it like a content creator. That's the first thing. So the moment you start to rely on it as your primary source of creative output, you're pretty much started to plateau, right? So once you start thinking like that, okay, it is my primary tool or it is a secondary tool of creative output after the human mind, then you start to figure out how to use it. Now, literally every minute there is a new tool being launched. Few days ago, I made a list of everything that I could just think of, and I kid you not, off the top of my head, I arrived at some 98 of them, actual 98 of them. So many so I'd write a blog about it. Right? So it's right at this point of time, it's about, honestly, it's about trial and error. It's about seeing which workflow works for you better. Whether are you doing live, are you doing deferred live, are you doing live to tape, are you doing recorded separately and live separately? Are you doing only recorded? Depending on what your options are between the lens and the screen, the final screen, you can then decide to pick whichever works for you, whether it's on the visual side, whether it's on, and sound, honestly, we've ignored quite a lot. Everybody keeps talking about generative AI. Everybody thinks standard thing is Acha Midjourney and DALL-E and this, that, right? But according to me, sound and audio has much more to offer, especially in areas of simultaneous translation, areas of closed captioning, areas of even text-based edit. So a lot of these things are what you need to start exploring. And I mean, honestly, there is no final answer to this one on how it's going to change. All I can say is it's only going to make things faster, more efficient, better, quicker, cheaper, right? And that's how you should look at it. It's a tool. It's a great tool.
Thanks, Chaitanya. Anuradha, what do you think will be the legal challenges by AI generating something? Because I know that YouTube charges more for an AI generated content. Is there a legal implication on this?
Hi everyone. Sorry, I don't know how audible I am. Can we turn the volume up a little bit?
She didn't eat today.
Oh, we can't hear it. So like Chaitanya said, generative AI, of course, is one of the main emerging technologies when it comes to the broadcast industry, along with AR, VR, 5G. But with AI, I don't want to bore you guys too much with the technicalities. I am a lawyer, but I also hold a degree in filmmaking. So actually, my first taste of AI was when I watched Steven Spielberg's film AI, Artificial Intelligence, in 2001. The film was about a little boy who's programmed with the ability to love, right? But the film made the audience think that, one, of course, can robots love? And it also rebooted the question that was proposed by Alan Turing in the 1950s. He was a scientist, which is that can machines think? Now with generative AI, of course, it seems that machines can respond too, right? We have ChatGPT, and the thing is that with generative AI, it's trained on data sets, and these data sets are very likely to have some content which may infringe on the IP rights of a third party. Like if I take ChatGPT or Google Bard, I personally prefer using Google Bard, but if I use Google Bard to generate a script, it is very likely that that script will infringe on third party rights. It may infringe on a script written by Chaitanya, it may infringe on scripts written by a bunch of different people, because that's what AI does. It's trained on data sets. Now with AI, the other thing with AI generated content is that can it even be copyright protected? In most countries in the world, there is no specific law that deals with AI. Of course, the UK, I think, has implemented some measures. The US has been quite clear lately as well. But the general understanding is that for a work to be copyright protected, it needs to be created by a human. So with AI work, if there is human intervention, if a human has had some input in the work, it could be copyright protected, but it is unsettled in most jurisdictions. Now, AI and copyright protection is not the only legal concern with artificial intelligence technology. I don't know how many of you have watched the Korean drama Celebrity. If anyone has in the audience, please put their hands up. No one? Okay. You watched it? Okay. All right, great. So Celebrity is a Korean drama. It's about a cosmetic sales girl who basically becomes a social media influencer overnight. So it's about her rise to the top and her fall from the top, right? She uses deepfake technology to get revenge on the people that have caused her to fall. Deepfake technology is one of the main uses of AI, and with deepfake technology, it makes fake videos and images seem realistic. So today, if I had decided to not come to this conference and join it using a video, there could be a deepfake video of me where I'm saying and doing things that are completely absurd. I'm giving out legal advice that is unsolicited and that is factually and legally incorrect. And that is one of the very mild dangers that's associated with AI, with deepfake technology. There is, India Today had a conclave last week in India. Sandeep, you attended it, right? So they launched an entire suite of AI anchors, regional AI anchors for regional content. they already have an anchor called Sana, who's a national anchor. I don't know if any of you have watched her, but she's very realistic. She has interviewed Narendra Modi. She's interviewed Sachin Tendulkar. I think she's interviewed the head of Microsoft as well. But with AI anchors, the thing is that how do you create an AI anchor, right? You use data sets to train them. You craft their digital persona. You publish videos and content for these AI anchors. But when you are training these AI anchors, for instance, if someone uses training data that infringes on copyright, or someone uses training data that is biased, or someone malicious trains these AI anchors and helps craft their personalities with the intent of, with the intent of being unfair to minorities or with the intent of being unfair to religions, who are you going to hold responsible, right? What if the AI anchors collecting your personal information and using that information to target advertising? They can do this by collecting your personal information from your phone. So there are a lot of things that broadcast networks need to be doing, because if you are using an AI anchor, or if you are the target of deepfake technology, if a video goes up on your network, your audience is not going to trust the credibility of your network, right? So there's things that you need to be doing from a legal perspective. There's things that you need to be doing from a practical perspective as well, which is basically have policies that are internal to train your people on how to train these AI anchors, understand deepfake technology, educate your employees about it, implement security measures to control deepfake technology issues, be transparent about private information that you all are collecting from your viewers when you're using an AI anchor, and multiple other things.
Thanks, Anuradha. You talked about AI anchors, like Raj, let me come to you, like can the AI be used for creating on-air graphics?
Oh, sorry, didn't get your question.
Can the AI tools be used for creating on-air graphics?
Yes, we can. But before I answer that question, I'll pick up your threads from what you guys have said. While we talk a lot about generative AI, we talk about all the good, bad, ugly, ambiguity, clarity, black, white, gray. I think one thing which eludes most of us is the sustainability of the technology. I don't know how many of us know how many liters of water are used to train generative AI on a day-to-day basis. And if I tell you that, I don't think any one of us will start using it. Okay, so apart from the legal aspects, the copywriting aspects, the infringement aspects, we must also look at the sustainability aspects. Not related necessarily, but it's glaring at us right in the face. Now you asked me this question on air. Can I show them something? Yep. Yeah. All right. I'll go up and show something. I mean, I'm tired of sitting down. Maybe I'll just stand and just take a little walk. Ganesh asked me this question. Where's the first slide? On-air graphics. Now, this is something which is very interesting, specifically in the broadcast area. Here we go. I won't take long, but I'll just tell you where we are going in this space. There are 8 things I've put together out of 28 which I shortlisted. As I said, if I keep doing that, we'll end up on the 10, which I don't want. Not happening? I think my voice is pretty loud anyways. Right, so when we talked about this dynamic content adaptation, don't read what's down there. That's for my students I teach in college. Second is real-time data visualization. You know, we are working on a project when there is a news coming in, and in the news, we are doing AI and capturing the news right from the source till where it is right now, and we can create a complete journal for it, for somebody to know exactly what's happened. If I haven't picked up the news, say, okay, yesterday we know that the Hamas bombed Israel. Oh, why the hell did they do it? Does anybody know the real Palestinian problem or the problem there? No. But here we are using AI to actually capture that and give us nuggets, and we can define the nuggets, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and do that. Now that is something which is a great real-time data visualization. Also, we are seeing a cricket match. Right while we are seeing the match, we can create the visualizations and the infographics right there. We can see the audience engagement. Well, you can also come and suggest what you can do, what you can't do now. And of course, then we have enhanced visual recognition. We'll go to the next slide because I want Angad to speak on this as well. Oh, sorry. A more personalized experience with graphics. Every segment can tailor it what they like. Automatic fact checking. This is something which is very useful. We have a plethora of fake news everywhere. Everywhere. Every day you see fake news, fake videos, deep fakes, as you said. I've seen mine, 3 of them, promoting some products which I've never seen in my life. And that's scary. That's something automated fact checking we can do on the go. That is something not being done. That's a great use of the tool. Then we have predictive analysis, great new models coming up. And then we're also now, the most important, integrating it with second screens, which was never up there before. So the broadcasting space is really, really taking advantage of all these now. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The rest of the 20, we'll discuss offline. Thank you.
Thanks, Raj. That's very, very interesting. Now, Angad, is there a tokenization that can happen? I mean, you can modify this the way you want. If there is an AI-generated content, can you tokenize this?
So, I mean, first of all, I feel very, very underprepared all of a sudden. But tokenization in broadcast versus tokenization with just AI, I think, let me just go into the broader way that you can use tokenization in broadcast. For starters, are most people here aware of the term NFT? Anyone aware of the term NFT? 4, 5, okay. I'm glad at least all of us are. So these are tokens that can exist on something called the blockchain. And these are essentially smart contracts that can act as access tokens or membership tokens. They're basically ways that you can curate and control what somebody can access based on the tokens that they hold or the kind of membership they have. When it comes to AI, the role that AI would play in a situation like this is AI will probably be able to curate, or not probably, AI is already doing this. When you go on to say your Netflix or any OTT platform today, or even YouTube, it will tell you based on things that you've watched, it will sort of predict based on your watching patterns or your viewing, your consumption patterns, it will tell you what you'll probably like. But if you want to sort of, from the perspective of the broadcaster, you want to also gate certain experiences, or you want to encourage certain forms of consumption where people can get paid to earn, where people can actually sort of be rewarded for certain behavior, which again goes to feed the AI in certain ways, it goes to train the AI. It does sort of help you create a better experience for your viewer. And of course, from the viewer's point of view, you actually get access to something that has some inherent value, which you could at some point, like today, if you own a Netflix account, you're spending, there is a cost to it, but it has no value. The minute I stop subscribing, it is over. If I own a token that gives me access to a particular, say a particular studio's account, or say HBO, if I own an HBO token, I can watch everything that HBO is doing. I can also, if I decide that I no longer want to do anything with HBO, I'm done. I've seen everything, I'm bored. I'm no longer just disconnecting my account. I'm no longer just stopping the subscription. I can actually sell my token to somebody else because I'm holding something that is an asset of value. So I think that is where tokenization really comes in a very interesting way into broadcast.
Thanks, Angad. That was very useful. Chaitanya, you being governor at large with SIMT, do you think these emerging technologies is changing the standards what SIMT is thinking of?
So, couple of things. One is just to add to what Anuradha was saying, was there isn't a likelihood that that generative AI is working off the content of others. It is a certainty that it is working off the content of others. Because there is nothing else, it can't create stuff out of thin air. All it's doing is it's sampling content that has been created by humans at the smallest unit of that content's existence, which is a pixel or metadata. And it's rearranging pixels and metadata taken from different pieces of content to create something that seems original. Right? Now, the human mind also does something similar. Nothing actually is original. Everything is a conflation of everything we have seen, heard, watched, which is then put through the imagination center of the mind and to create something which seems original. Which is also why we think that the two processes are the same, but they aren't. Right? Primarily because we don't know how the imagination center of the mind works. You know how generative AI works, though I'm not so sure. Even the ones who created the tool actually know how it works. In fact, that's what the big legal case is going on. Stable Diffusion saying, I have no idea how this works. Right? We've asked it to learn. We don't know how it learns, which is very scary. I'm getting like Terminator vibes now from it. But coming back to that, so until we actually figure out how it works, how can you have a standard for it? Where you do start, where the standardization starts to come in is how much of this is actually, how much of generative AI can you include in a copyright for the content to even be copyrightable? Closed captioning, no problem. Auto generation of text, no problem. Auto translation, no problem. Right? Because you're essentially taking in original content, processing it and putting out original content, which is fine. So we're in a phase of transition, we're in a phase of churn right now, and it's way too early to even think about standards. At this point, you don't even have best practices. So the normal steps are, there is general adoption, there is emergence of a new technology, there is general adoption, there is best practices. When best practices kind of stabilize and you have consolidation among multiple best practices, that is what then leads to standards. So we haven't even reached best practices yet. We are far away from it. So standards to bahut dur hai.
That is absolutely right. Although AI has been around for almost 60 years. And blockchain for also distributed ledger technology is also for 25, 30 years. And yet we are not come there. Means something, we are missing something somewhere. Best practices, very far, yes. We are right at we are at the ground floor of best practices right now. The elevators all the way up.
We've been thinking about this on campus for a while. And in fact, we had a very deep, very interesting workshop with IIT Gandhinagar folks. So they are the only IIT in the country that has a cognitive sciences program, which basically studies the mind. And at the end of it, the goal was to try and figure out what's the problem, right? What's the problem this is trying to solve? And the only answer that we could derive at or kind of crystallize is that it helps you make more money. Basically. There is no human problem it's solving. And until something actually starts to solve a human problem, basically has no value. Which is why NFTs went up and then completely finished now. A standard hype cycle, hype curve of emerging technologies. You have innovation trigger, peak of inflated expectations, trough of disillusionment, then plateau of productivity starts to come in, right? So we're right now at the trough of disillusionment when it comes to crypto and NFT. And then it'll kind of pick up and go down some particular route, primarily because of the smart contract aspect and the real-time aspect and all that. But generative AI is still at the peak of inflated, it's still climbing up the peak of inflated expectations. It's not even reached the peak yet. So it's too early to, honestly, right now is good time, enjoy it, make nice, interesting looking things. And yeah, share it on social media, but that's pretty much what you should do with it. What Gandhiji would look like, he was sitting in a race car. It's cool, cool photo, cool image, looks nice. Gandhiji taking a selfie with his gang at the ashram. Perfect. It's hilarious actually. Some of them are really good. And it's fabulous, right? So that's what I would say. Just one more thing I want to add. Sorry for taking so much time. And, she alluded to it as well. Today, there is almost as much content being created by generative AI as is being created originally by humans. Now, this content that has been created by generative AI is going back into the same data set pool that is being used by generative AI to create original content. Whereas until 2 years ago, the data set was entirely human. So the standard deviation of what a dog can look like was really, really, really wide. Right? So a dog could look completely different at one end and completely different at the other end. But as this data set of dog starts to be polluted, quote unquote, polluted by more generative AI images of dog, that standard deviation starts to reduce. So there will be a situation in 5 years where multiple generative AI platforms will create dogs and they'll all look kind of similar. Because the data set that it's referring to already is polluted with so much generative AI content. Right? So you have to ensure that that doesn't happen. Otherwise, it's finished. Generative AI is over. Because the data set itself is polluted. So, I mean, there is, like I said, there are 10,000 things which nobody has thought of. These are just some of the stuff that we've thought of in the lab with students coming up with what-if ideas. If you want a workflow or a system to be broken, give it to students. They will give you the best ways to break it. Right? And that's really stress testing of those systems. So, that has not happened yet.
So, thanks, Chaitanya. So, Raj, I mean, how will blockchain be used in broadcast?
Working with blockchain and broadcasting, very interesting. I've got some slides. You can put it behind me. I won't get up now. Where's the next one? Yeah. Yes. There we go. Yeah, I can read. I mean, this is for everybody else, so that you can see something beyond the 4 of us. Sorry, 5 of us. Actually speaking, we are at a very nascent stage as far as blockchain is concerned with broadcasting, but lots is happening. You can see the first thing, IP-based protocol workflows are now coming into being now, which was not really the thing about even 3 years back. Secondly, which I think Chaitanya talked about, the standards, the ATSC 3.0 next-gen TV standards, that's going to become big. That is definitive, that's why. There is a framework around it, and there is a thought behind it. These are the trends which I'm talking about. And then I come to the blockchain aspect of it. Also, there is a company which we're working in the United States by integrating these standards into modern-day broadcasting through smart contracts. Now, that's another use of blockchain. Then with 5G broadcasting coming in, it's going to be a pretty big game changer. I mean, we all know that 5G itself is a game changer. This is going to be even bigger. Let's go to the next one. All right, there are only 6 of them out of the 37 or 38 which I listed. But I just thought that maybe a little visual impact would have a little bit better. Then let's have a look at the cloud-based productions. That's something very nice happening there. Now you don't have to be physically present everywhere. Cloud-based, and that also now with layered blockchain actually is protecting the copyrights from day one. I'm not saying it's a silver bullet. There's no silver bullet in technology. But these are interventions which are going to make a difference over the next few years. And it's all work in progress. Then, of course, immersive experiences. We've all had these experiences with we all call the metaverse, what people call, which is not exactly the metaverse always. But good AR and VR, good feeling through. Maybe if, say Chaitanya or me couldn't be here, maybe next time an avatar of ours could come and speak and we could be doing something else. That's also going to be a reality sometime. And we, of course, have AI and machine learning. We've spoken a lot on that. We won't speak more on that. Remote production is becoming big. Now, there is a company which I'm working for in the United States. It's one of the largest production studios. We are working there on a metaverse which give them a complete, like, for example, Angad and me are Jay and Viru, okay? We can imagine, we can just put our avatars in place, and in the background, I can roam around the whole world and check out, hey, where do Jay and Viru really look good? Do they look good only in Ramgarh, or do they actually can go to Paris? You know, so we can actually simulate that. We can even simulate the weather conditions, when to shoot, how to shoot, the people around that. Everything can be simulated. All that because of good cloud working on a blockchain. When I say blockchain, I'm talking about one iteration of blockchain, that is the metaverse part of it. Lots more, but then enough for right now. Then, immersive experience, I told you, and one of the key things is the content copyrights, try to put everything on the blockchain, putting copyright out there, as well as patents. Then we have distribution, royalties, all these are coming on the blockchain. But I think the most important thing we're doing is trying to bring in some transparency along with AI. When you bring in blockchain with AI, you try and bring about some sort of accountability from day one, from the source. From where has this source come from? Is it authentic? You're not solving the problem 100%. There are thousands of variables and factors. But let's make a beginning somewhere. The beginning is bringing in a layer of blockchain with AI so you can have a complete audit trail right from day one. You can have an audit trail of how the data sets have come, where have they come from, authenticity, whatever we can actually determine to bring about better options in that space. So I think blockchain is playing this role ably. And as I said, blockchain is way beyond the cryptos and the NFTs. But let's not forget one thing. If you look at cryptos, they are tokens. And if you look at NFTs, they are tokens. And they are fundamental to blockchain. Let's look at it from that perspective, from a broad perspective, and let's not label them as hype or good hype. They are actually pieces of technology which are really useful for all of us. That's it.
Thanks, Raj. I mean, since you touched upon tokenization at the end, I want to ask Angad, does this tokenization specifically on the broadcast side, can it be standardized? Is there any way that you can standardize these tokens?
Standardized from a legal perspective, or?
Standardized from the standardization perspective, where you write standards and frameworks that this is how the tokens should be used in the broadcast space.
So I think that what we need to look at these tokens as Sir just said, they are a piece of technology. So each token is basically a contract. It is a smart contract that allows you to define whatever framework that token needs to execute. It can be anything you want it to be. So if you want, or if a certain organization wants it to be standard, if it wants it to be standardized, if it wants it to uphold certain rules and laws, it is a great way to build a framework as long as everything is happening within that digital framework or within that ecosystem. In that sense, it is a great way to do this. I mean, since you've brought this up, I think one of the big use cases, or one of the big sort of positives out of this, regardless of the hype cycles and everything else, is if we can actually use this for royalty. If we can actually look at this as a way for people to be rewarded for what they've created, the intellectual property that they have created at some point, and give the actual creator royalty in perpetuity. That is what this is really interesting for. So the example of Jay and Viru. Now imagine if you could take Sholay and mint some of these things as NFTs, where people who actually were sort of, you know, the characters of Jay and Viru, Amitabh Bachchan and Dharmender could get a royalty from the film, or the producers or everybody else who's worked on the film can get a piece of the royalty. Now the other beautiful thing is your contract can actually enforce this royalty to be given to each person who has contributed to it. So if there is 100% of something coming in, all 5 of us sitting here could have contributed in different ways. So essentially we are all stakeholders of a different size, right? So say you made the film and 50% comes to you, and the 4 of us are sharing the other 40% in different ratios. These tokens will enforce those royalties. So every time a transaction takes place, we are all getting a piece of the pie for as long as something is happening. And from there on in, you can sort of, you know, people can benefit from it as long as it stays within the realm of the law sort of saying it is protectable, right? After that, it goes into Creative Commons or it goes into common law.
And rather, what do you have to say on the standards part, on these, not the ERC standards?
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat
No,
the
I was
question?
saying that till a certain point, you can protect royalty, right? After that, or an intellectual property, after that, it goes into the public realm, right?
Yes.
After 30 or 40 years,
60
or 60
years,
years,
generally.
right?
It goes into the public domain
In
after
fact,
60 years after the person who owns it passes away.
That's what I was...
Generally,
I was,
but I think it's different in different countries.
That's what I was
Also,
about to ask you.
Unless it is remade.
Yeah, I mean, that's how they're protecting it now. Yeah.
Then you keep doing it. But just on the thing, right? So again, this is where we have to look at Web3 and the blockchain separately almost from NFTs.
I mean, NFTs are a part of it, not the whole.
You can have the Web3 and blockchain with no NFTs. With a token, which is essentially a tool of transaction.
Yeah, but I mean, see,
The
fundamentally...
problem is when NFTs, when the tool starts to have ridiculous value by itself.
That I agree with you.
Right?
It is...
But that is what the problem has been.
That is unfortunately the problem with the entire Web3 side
which
now.
Which is the hype cycle that I'm talking about. Right?
But we are now at a place where people can talk about the technology without the hype.
Yes, the problem is when you start to talk about a platform by saying here is a Bored Ape NFT for $1 million, you've already lost the world.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
It's beyond stupid, and I can't believe people paid money for that. They deserve the financial loss that they're getting completely. The problem actually is because of this, you've never really been able to have the real conversation of what is the use for Web3 and the blockchain for something like the media and entertainment industry.
100%.
And I'm not even talking about royalty. Yes, royalty is the easiest thing. At this point of time, when I go and pay 100 rupees for a ticket at PVR, right? That 100 rupees gets split a particular way, right? First 15 bucks goes to the government, then half of it goes to the distributor, half of it goes to the producer, to the theater owner, the distributor share further gets split up. All this is very easy to do on a blockchain. The moment the POS print button is pressed, if all this is built on a blockchain, that smart contract is executed, right?
Yeah.
Everything goes and sits. Then all I have to do is go to my wallet and convert it to fiat currency if I want to, or continue to use it in my wallet, right? But that's the financial usage. Where you bring in AI into this is, say, in something like screenwriting, right? Actually, I think I sent you. I wrote a piece in Financial Express on application of blockchain for the media and entertainment industry. So screenwriting. Now, it seems like a very creative, very esoteric kind of thing. Kya sambandh hai, right? Hey, 70% of scripts are abandoned either halfway through or after they're finished because they're too similar to something that exists out there. Because nothing is genuinely original, it's everything we've seen, heard and watched. So it's kind of... Now, the whole thing is, if, for example, I was able to digitize every single piece of word out there, every script, every screenplay, every dialogue, every subtitle, multiple languages, and create one common language interoperable database. And I'm writing on a software that sits on the blockchain. As I finish, say, 10 pages or 5 pages, there is an AI which is checking what I've written with what exists out there and just popping up a warning flag, saying what you're writing sounds a little similar to this, right? Now, I may choose to ignore it. I may be doing a remake, or I may be doing a different language thing. So, but at least it's available to me. This, I think, is a fantastic use of blockchain. Is an outstanding use of Web3 and the thing. So, but because we've been trying to sell Bored Ape NFTs, nobody's ever had this real conversation. Right? It's kind of gotten shrouded in the whole Drake trying to sell his own face for $1 million. Right?
And thanks, Chaitanya. I mean, I think we have spoken too much about blockchain, AI, and all those things. I want Raj to tell us something which is very interesting. How do I get paid for watching a television?
Well, there are plenty of companies doing that now. There is this company, it's a Taiwan-based company right now, I think in Belgium. It's called Watch Ads. It very simply pays you to watch your ads. It gives you tokens. And it doesn't give you their own tokens, it gives you Solana. It gives you Ethereum. Now that is something unique. Now, normally we try and fast forward ads, especially if you're playing in a game. Try playing, I mean, how many of us actually see the whole ad? I don't think so. We either put it to one side or just wait for it to pass 30 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever. Now here is where the more time you spend watching the ad, you actually start getting it. Trying to bring in more engagement, more eyeballs to wherever we are. I think even more interesting one, which I'll tell you, is something which you're working on right now, a work in progress. Let's see how it succeeds. It's just like you have seen Book My Show, you book your tickets to buy events, etc. Now we are bringing in the AI technology with blockchain again to create. Now the app sees my face. I don't even need a login. It sees my face. It brings out my history of where I've seen what, etc. Brings out my spends, how much I spent on popcorn, how much I spent on this, everything. My wife sees it, not very happy. But if I see it, all right, very happy. Happy to see that, okay, this is it. Now, this is being used by, say, Book My Pro to actually do an analysis of who their customers are. Making a good use of AI, just by using a face, not asking me for anything, but permissioned, yes, because it's on blockchain, it's permissioned. I have the right to hold my data, and if it's my right to share that data with you, and I get tokens for that. Now, these are some great use cases. We are trying, we'll see how it works. It's work in progress, I said. But it's pretty good. I would love to have my tickets booked like that. Maybe the next time I watch, instead of sitting around hunting, it'll automatically tell me, oh, you like morning flights to New Delhi, you like evening flights to Goa, all that stuff. It becomes easier, and it gives you the right suggestions with the cheapest market prices everywhere. So all these things can be linked into something meaningful. Technologies can't work in isolation. They'll all have to work in tandem. There has to be the confluence of technologies. And before I say anything else, I want Anuradha to talk to me because she's spoken the least here, and I want her to speak. I want to hear your voice. When we talk about the confluence of technologies, sorry, I'll just take your question, okay? It was not there in the script.
No.
Yeah? So, yeah. So the last question here, Anuradha, in this, is there a conflict of IPs, of issues cross-border? In confluence of technologies, like AI and blockchain coming in together.
So there are a lot of, legal issues. The thing is that most jurisdictions don't have a legal framework for these things. There are some jurisdictions that do, like the Cayman Islands and UAE, Singapore, which is what has made these jurisdictions very attractive for Indian founders, right? And I speak to lawyers every day from different jurisdictions because 023 is a part of Blockchain Lawyers Group. So it's an international network of blockchain law firms. So for instance, if I have a client that wants to go and set up in Switzerland, Switzerland has amazing laws, by the way, then someone in my network will help them do that. But every time I speak to these lawyers and they're like, yeah, with the markets and crypto asset regulation in the EU, we are attracting talent now to the EU because we have regulations for it. And I always think that the talent that you guys are attracting is from India because everyone here is going and setting up abroad because we don't have the regulations for it or because their friends are doing it, so they are doing it, and that's a major problem. But we do have some basic laws, like concepts in the legal industry will still apply. We have taxation laws, we have IP laws that apply, we have money laundering laws that have become applicable this year, we have concepts of contract laws that apply, especially when you're buying and selling a token. If you are issuing tokens to investors internationally, if you're issuing tokens cross-border, you need to comply with the laws of the jurisdiction in which you're issuing the token from, which is why people go and set up in jurisdictions that are friendly. You also need to comply with the laws of the jurisdiction in which you are selling your tokens. If you're an investor in Germany, I will have to comply with German law to sell my tokens to you. So there are various aspects to it. I don't want to get into the technicalities. I don't think we have enough time. I'm getting a timeout signal. Yeah, with the legal frameworks, they need to evolve because the thing is that tokenization, Web3, as an industry as a whole is evolving literally at the speed of light, right? And with tokens, with cryptocurrencies, with digital assets, they are borderless, but unfortunately the laws that govern them are not borderless, and which is what the G20 presidency, India's presidency addressed as well. So I think we're just going to have to wait and watch for now.
Hey, thanks guys. It was very informative, knowledge sharing. Thank you so much for.
Thank you, dear panelists, for the wonderful session. I request Kavita Sharma, Senior Director, Nürnberg Messe India, to please hand over the mementos to our esteemed panelists.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. To feel connected, to share moments, which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. dreaming big and aiming high, constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity.
Dependability. Courage.
Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
Hier trifft Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
I apologize for the delay. We are streaming this off the internet on my phone, so it's just going to take a while to load. Technology, right? Am I right? So while that happens, can I have a show of hands? Who here works in film and television? Anyone? 1, 2, great. 3, 4. Do I have 5? Do I see 5 people? No? What about recording studios? Anybody doing music as well? Oh, marvelous. Anybody doing visual effects? Graphics, animation, maybe, yeah? Great. So, I think for everyone here, you are familiar with storage, right? Today, what I'm trying to do is to basically give us an idea of what are the different types of storage and how different types of storage can help us create content better and faster, all right? If only this thing works when I need it to. There we go. So, right, as it's loading, so again, my name is James. I work for Studio Network Solutions. The company has been in business for 25 years. We're actually celebrating our 25th year anniversary. I personally have been in the industry for, a couple of years. Been around the block once or twice. So in my experience, I've seen how technology has changed, how we use from, the good old analog days when things are shot on film and tape, and how digital storage has helped us improve our workflow. So today, we're going to talk about the different types of storage available and how choosing the right type of storage could make the difference to your business, right? And the different types of storage has different performance. How those performance affect you, and how sometimes you need really fast storage so that it can work efficiently, and other times maybe you don't need to spend all that money and you can use something else that is a little bit slower. And then I think the last thing, and one of the most important thing, is to look at how workflow and compatibility amongst different software, because we don't work in islands anymore, right? How everything can be put together so that your business can benefit from efficiency. Next, right. So, I think we're all familiar with the concept of on-premise and cloud storage, right? Who here still uses a bunch of hard disks? Hard disks that you're moving around all the time? Things that you're trying to remember what is actually on that storage, right? A lot of people are still using that because that's something that we're familiar with, right? But I guess by now you probably have stacks and stacks and stacks of hard disks on a shelf somewhere, wondering, you know that footage of the Mumbai night sky at 6:30 p.m. one day that I shot? Which drive is it sitting on? Because I can't, you know, it's cloudy, there's pollution, I can't get that picture anymore. But I really want to use that for this particular film that I'm doing, right? You get a team and spend 2 days plugging every drive and checking, right? So that's not really very efficient. So when we talk about on-premise and in the cloud, we have moved beyond that, and we'll talk about why that makes a difference, right? So there's two different types of on-premise storage or on-prem storage. We have the traditional SAN, which we're all familiar are really expensive. You know, they cost a lot of money to own, cost a lot of money to maintain, and you know, the return on investment can take quite a while, right, if we're lucky. And then lately, the last probably 10 years, the network attached storage or NAS has really become powerful enough, fast enough with new processors and all that to basically meet the challenge of creating content for us. So all these, the reason the on-premise storage are being used is really because it's way faster, right? The data is on your premise, you're directly attaching to the storage themselves. And that, the factor of latency, how fast it takes to actually get some work done, that is so much improved with on-premise storage. And as I've said, the direct connection, whether it's Ethernet, whether it's fiber channel, that gives us that quick response. And the most important thing, you actually own the hardware. You're not renting a server. So I tell people, there's no such thing as cloud storage. It's, you are storing your data on somebody else's server, right? That's it. There are benefits to cloud storage, you know. Primarily, there's no servers in your facility, which means there's no power requirement, there's no noise, there's no maintenance. There are benefits of putting your data on somebody else's server in the cloud, right? But the key thing is you need internet. Without that connectivity, you are basically disassociated from your data, which depending on what type of data it is, whether it's work that you need to do right now or things you're archiving, that makes a very, very big difference, right? So the fact that you don't own the equipment also means that you have to pay somebody consistently, right? That monthly or yearly charge, they can add up, right? So when we talk about all this storage, you know, one of the things that is important is performance. How do we actually measure the performance between your on-prem storage and your cloud storage? So for on-prem, we look at using solid-state SSDs versus hard drives, right? There's also the different types of connectivity. When you are on-premise in your office, you can use 1 gig, 10 gig, you know, 25, 50, 100 gigabit. On the internet link, what is the fastest we can have? You know, probably 1 gig. That's also going to be really, really expensive, right? So one of the very common metric for measuring performance is that megabyte per second, right? I think everybody here who works with storage has come across this, has tried to specify storage using megabytes per second. But I want to go a little bit later in the slides to explain why that might not be the best way to look at performance. Also latency, we've spoke about latency. When things are nearer to you, you get to reach that data a lot faster, right? So one of the things for us to measure performance is video stream counts versus megabytes per second, right? This is an example of the chart of our stream count, okay? This is a real-world test. I'm going to leave that on the screen as I speak. So when you're a video editor, what you do is edit video. You want to know on my timeline, how many tracks can I play? How many picture-in-picture can I put in so that I can actually get the job done, right? I don't care X, Y, Z number of megabytes per second. Can the storage guarantee me 4 layers of video concurrently, 5 layers of video concurrently, or 6 layers of video concurrently? So if we look at the stream count and my laser pointer is not bright enough to outshine the lights, what we actually do over here is we have a lab running about 20 different workstations using actual video files in video codecs that editors are using, that you are editing, right? So on top, we have ABIS DNX HD 36, which are used a lot in news environment, right? And then subsequently, we have standard definition files with ProRes 422, ProRes 422 HQ, and then we start to go into the digital intermediate files, things like ProRes RAW, XAVC Intra. We have RED 6K with 5:1, rate code 5:1. So all these are actual video files running at least on 10 gigabit connection, and we make sure that the system will support this number of streams, okay? Now, here's the funny thing. If you take all the different bit rate of the file and multiply that by the number of streams, they all give you different megabytes per second. Using DNX HD, we are talking about 850 megabytes per second overall performance, versus when we start to look at ProRes RAW, that goes to about 2.5 gigabytes per second. And the reason there's a difference is because when you can support 142 streams, you probably have 20, 30, 50 people working together on that one storage, right? And the way that data moves around and how we optimize for caching plays a very big part to support a number of streams. But the actual amount of data that's being moved is not that big. Compared to, let's say, ProRes RAW at 8K, we support 4 streams. So we can maybe have 2 or 4 users in this specific configuration, but we're working with very, very, very high quality files. So those are probably your colorists doing the final grade on the picture itself. So that's the point I'm trying to make, where megabytes per second isn't the end all. You know, if you do a lot of video work, ask your vendor, how many streams at my codec, right? So in your facility, you could use one codec, you could have a mix of them. How many streams can your storage support? Because that will give you the assurance that, yes, I have 10 workstations, I'm sure you'll be fine, okay? So in the whole media environment, we're not just talking about editing. We're talking about encoding. We're talking about capturing. We're ingesting files from external sources. We need to look at archiving, backup, okay? The files need to be delivered to end users. Do you require remote facility, remote functionality? Are your team all coming back to the office, or do you have a mixed environment? Plus, are you able to, bring on somebody from overseas, to work on just a project, but have he or she be in the country that are based, right? So you get to use that skill set, but not having to bring them all the way to the facility, house them, feed them, air tickets and all that. Excuse me. So, there's all these factors that we need to consider when we talk about creating content, talk about doing it efficiently. So let's go into the next one. So we talk about the hardware. Hardware is great. We have established a way of defining performance for hardware. The more important thing then is how do you use that hardware in your environment, the workflow, right? So for SNS, every storage that we sell includes the Evo Suite. The Evo Suite is included for unlimited users, right? We don't nickel and dime you. You own the box, you buy the box, you own the box. Any number of people can access the storage. We don't limit that. So we have Share Browser, we have Slingshot, which is our file automation tool, which helps to do a lot of background automated file moving stuff that your team might need to do manually in the past. Plus, we also have Nomad. So Nomad is our edit from home or edit from anywhere utility. This is not an editing software. This is a software that helps your editor work from home. So Share Browser, the important thing to remember about Share Browser, it's powerful but easy to use. If we have experience with MAM, a lot of times they tend to be overly complicated, and what you find is people just don't use them. They might use them for very basic things. When you don't give a MAM enough data so that you can search, that MAM just becomes a white elephant. Let's put it that way. So when we design ours, basically, if I can't train you to use that in 15 minutes, I have failed. It's designed to be simple to use. So the common features that we have, we can do searching, we will search the stuff. We can do tagging, we can add comments, and also we allow you to preview the video on the application itself. You can see, you can hear low resolution files, so you don't choke up your network. You can have a lot more people working together. Yeah? And as an asset management tool, it works with your online, the one that you're working, the editing of. It works with your nearline. So if you need to do a backup of projects, right? Because fast storage are expensive. If you can put it to a slower one so that when the client come back, you can restore it quickly. We can manage the content of that. We integrate with cloud. So if you need to send stuff up to the cloud, we will still know where it is. So the whole idea with Share Browser and MAM in general is where's my asset? Like what I said earlier, that beautiful shot of the Mumbai skyline at 6:30 p.m. on the golden hour. Where is it? I gotta find it. And because everybody talks about AI, we actually have a integration with AI where it can actually scan the files and auto-generate metadata. So if you have a library of content that you want to quickly get to use, this is a one-off fee that you pay Amazon, whom we integrate with, get that done, and that's it. So unlike other vendors, we don't say, oh, you got to buy this appliance, it will cost you $15,000, and use it. This is ad hoc service. When you need it, then you pay for it. And all that is great. We add the ability to have integrated workflow with Adobe, Final Cut, A.B.I.S, Resolve, and a bunch of other software. So what I mean by integration is essentially we have a plugin for a Share Browser plugin that sits within these applications so that you can actually search and import the files directly. All right? So Slingshot, a lot of times, it's the unsung hero of our tool set because of the amount of automation we can build so that you can free your team up from doing the boring stuff, right? I think at the end of the day, if we can set a rule, automation will always get it done more accurately than somebody who is tired at the end of the night trying to back up the stuff. As a automation and transcoding tool, we work with Blackmagic Raw, RAD, ARI, ProRes, MPEG formats, a whole bunch of different file types. We can also add a custom watermark, so if you need to protect the asset, because even though it's proxy, it is still content, we can add watermark to the image. We can also burn in the time code. So if you need to do edit, there's something for you to reference to visually. I see a lot of young faces, but I also see a lot of experienced engineers where you do a VHS copy of the burn-in time code from your masters, basically the same thing in the proxy files. So next, Nomad. Nomad, as I've mentioned, is our remote workflow tool. It provides a secure connectivity to our Evo Cloud, which is a product that we have. We can talk about that later. Or you can connect to the Evo in your office, right? So it enables, the way we do it is by downloading the proxy files that the system already generates. So it enables you to edit the proxy files, make the decision without the internet connection. So unlike vendors who say, oh, you can edit using a web browser, to do that requires a brand new set of tools, editor having to learn a new application because, Adobe Premiere doesn't work in a web browser. And the startup cost of doing that can be pretty expensive and time consuming. Nomad basically makes use of the asset that you already have. Download that onto your local computer, start editing right away. It's optimized for offline and working from home. So whether we are using it for a remote editing or in the office, if you have a lot of people on the team, you are not ready to upgrade your, let's say, network infrastructure, right? The ability to work with proxy files in the office will still help you get a lot of the work done while we wait to upgrade certain parts of the infrastructure, for example. So Nomad, Slingshot, Share Browser is included with every Evo that we sell, from the smallest to the largest, and the Evo Cloud. So a little bit about the Evo Cloud. It's essentially your Evo in the cloud. And what we mean by that is it is not just storage. It is the whole set of workflow tools. It can be an archive or backup destination because we don't just back up the files, we back up metadata. So that becomes a destination for you to essentially have a clone in the cloud of your system. Unlike a lot of other storage vendors, we are proudly single-tenanted. When you go get storage from Amazon, from Backblaze, from a lot of the cloud vendors, it's shared infrastructure. Your file sits in a bucket, a virtual bucket that is used on a server that's used by X number of people. Evo Cloud, it's a server in a data center just for you. Nobody else can get in but you. So if security is important, come talk to us. We also have no ingress fee, egress fee, X dollars a month. Do whatever you want with it, right? Whether you have 5 people using it, you have 50 people using it, pay the same price. No difference, right? So in summary, this is kind of the environment that we're in right now. Gone are the days where we can plug a drive into a Mac or a PC and just edit. Today, in terms of digital files, there's so many different elements we have to consider, right? With COVID, the need to work remotely came into play, and we basically built the tool very quickly to allow our users, our customer, to do so that they can continue producing content, which equates to, making money, keeping the lights on, and the staff, keeping the staff going, right? So this is kind of like a big overall picture in terms of all the different components that are available that we need to take into account. So if you have any questions, please come see us at stand E7. Do we have time for Q&A? Did I go long? 5 minutes? Right. Anybody have questions? Please. Yes, sir. We might need, we're going to get you a microphone.
What it will cost for 4 TB uploading cloud? What will be the cost of 4 TB uploading in the cloud?
What is the what in the cloud? Working in the cloud?
Yeah. What it will cost? What it will cost to upload a 4 TB data? If I have a project of 4 TB,
right?
I want to upload in your cloud. What it will cost?
It will not cost you extra except your internet connection.
No, off server.
On the server, 4 terabyte. So for media, the Evo Cloud starts at 20. Okay. Right? So we have 20, we have 30, we have 40 terabytes.
40 terabytes.
So come to our booth at E7, we'll give you the numbers.
Okay, fine.
Right? It will not be scary, let's put it that way. If you're used to sending data up to Amazon, especially if you are doing a lot of egress, you'll be very surprised. You'll be very pleasantly surprised. Any questions I can help answer? All good? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, James. Thank you for the very informative presentation. And before you leave, I would request Pranay Chandan, Assistant Director Operations, Nuremberg Messe India, to please hand over the memento to Mr. James.
Oh.
'Thank you. Thank you.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. To feel connected, to share moments, which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change. But we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling.
Broman and Optocore. A sound engineer experienced in project management with a background in filmmaking, photography, writing, and visual design. Multilingual with an affinity for music. So here's Radha Mohan Rajni to take you through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me well? All right. So like she said, here to just talk about the basics of intro over fiber. And I'm going to start with just introducing how the basics of fiber technology work for those who don't get it. And then I move on to how it's useful and advantageous in our industries, whether it's live sound, broadcast, production, and so on. That's me. You already know that. So I'll skip. So fiber or fiber optics basically covers the transport of fiber or of signals over fiber. And it's just about a beam of light being reflected inside a cable core. Now, the transmission is done by an LED transmission or a transceiver, and it sends a signal down the fiber. The signal is sent in a pulse form, and most fiber transport at this point is being done at about 30% of the speed of light. So don't get confused by that. We don't actually send signal at the speed of light, even though they're working on it, but it's still very much in the testing phases. That being said, 30% the speed of light is still more than fast enough for any of our applications. And the process happens with a technology called total internal reflection. Well, the beam of light will be reflected off the inside of the cable. The main advantages of fiber are speed, reliability, long distance, and security. Now, I already mentioned the speed, and the speed comes in with bandwidth, where you have gigabits or terabits of capacity, which is why other industries like telecom use fiber for the entire infrastructure. The signals we get on our mobile phone eventually go through a fiber infrastructure. Reliability is because also of, you cannot interfere with the fiber cable. It's harder to tap in the old school way. It also is used by the military, so it's safe. There's no interference from things like electromagnetic fields. So it makes a big difference in terms of our industry. And more these days, interference is a problem. You have more LED walls coming up. So it's really important for it to be reliable. Distance is another thing. Depending on the application and the devices, the company that I work for, Optocore and Broman, we've sent signals between stadiums for up to 50, 60 kilometers in between stadiums. So distance makes a big factor. We've done setups where we send cables kilometers under the sea for firework towers or LED walls. So it makes a big difference. And then the security, what I mentioned earlier, is that you can't tap into the signal. You have to, it's impossible. There's three main things that I want to talk about is the hardware, the conversion, and WDM or CWDM, which is multiplexing, which is how we end up sending multiple signals over one fiber cable. Basics of the hardware. So you have a cable, and the cable will have the coating, the protective coating, which can be plastic, metal, sometimes a combination of a sheath. The same way the old school analog cables will have. They will have some kind of a protective sheath and then a plastic coating on the end. And then you have a couple layers of extra protection. And then on the inside, what you'll have is either a glass or a fiberglass internal, where the wall of the cable, the internal wall of the cable is reflective. And just the way you see that the ray of light, the photons are sent and reflected internally. And that's the reason that we're still at 30% of the speed of light, is that the beam of light does not directly travel through the cable singularly, but it's reflective internally. And that's why it's still a bit slower. Well, slower in context, it's not millions of kilometers per second, but we're at 180 to 200,000 kilometers per second. So as it says up there, at 1,000 kilometers, your delay is only 11 milliseconds. So that's more than enough. Like I mentioned, there's the 3 basic elements. And then there's a few different types of fiber cable. The 2 most popular types of fiber cable in our industries are single mode and multi-mode. The main difference is single mode has a higher distance capability. You can go tens or hundreds of kilometers over single mode. Multi-mode cable is a bit, usually stuck around 300, 400, 500 meters. There's a few more there, but they're actually not very popular in our industry, so I'm going to leave that alone. Single mode fiber has a very tiny core, about 9 microns, which means that the signal is condensed over a very small space, which is why it can be sent farther distances using very low power transmission. Multimode fiber is what happens is multiple signals of the same light are sent and reflected at different angles, and it's the receiver on the other end that picks up all the signals and decodes them back to a single signal. Multimode fiber used to be cheaper, short distance, which is why a lot like the audio industry, the live audio industry, where you rarely have more than 200-300 meters between units, multimode fiber is usually enough. In terms of hardware and cable ends, there's a lot of different connectors. The 2 most popular ones are LC and SC. For all intents and purposes, they're quite similar. SC looks like this, and it usually comes in a block paired, so the receiving and the transmitting part are joined together. And there, for example, a lot of MADI devices use SC connectors. Soundcraft mixing desks, Lavos used to also use SC connectors at some point. But there's actually not much of a difference between the LC and the SC. It's more of a preference based. The LC connector is a bit smaller. So in terms of designing units, 1U rack units or large media servers, a lot of them go to LC because of the size factor. Both come in, it doesn't matter if you're using single mode or multi-mode, both are the same. There's one more type of cable connector which is very popular in outdoor or touring uses or uses where the environment is a factor. It's called an expanded beam connector. It has one very big advantage where the light ray is expanded through a small lens, and as you see there, the surface area where the light rays meet each other is larger. So dust particles don't affect, there's low chances of your light rays not meeting each other. And in applications where you have to disconnect and connect every day, every other day, the expanded beam connector is the best, and it's also the best because it actually came from the military. So you put it through water, you drag it, you drop it, you kick it, you bite it, it doesn't matter, it's always going to work. And our industry has adopted the expanded beam for touring purposes or everyday purposes a lot. That being said, there is a slight drop in level with expanded beam. So if you're doing distances that are normal, 10, 20 kilometers, that's okay. Going above distances of 80s and hundreds of kilometers, you may have to consider the drop in the light level and maybe use a different connector. The second piece of hardware is the conversion. So we all use electrical signals. It's either analog audio, MADI, SDI, GPIO. That all has to be converted somehow. The most common conversion systems we have are transceivers, and either you have hot swappable SFPs, or you have internal transceivers that are built into the device. This is an example of one of our own hot swappable SFPs, which come in many forms. You can go multi-mode and single mode, different bandwidths, and different wavelengths of light. So it all depends on the application. But the main advantages of this is like some of our devices that we build have hot swappables. So depending on application, if you need to send multi-mode signal, you can just take out the SFP, put in a multi-mode SFP and swap it out. Or if you talk about mini BNC SFPs or RJ45 SFPs that also get converted into fiber later on, you can swap them out. Basically exactly what I said. The advantage of SFPs is that if you stick to SFPs that are compliant with the protocols you're using, MSA, QSA, then you can buy third-party SFPs and still use them in multiple equipment, and they're readily available online, so it's pretty easy. The last and perhaps the most interesting part about the hardware is the conversion in terms of wavelength division multiplexing. I don't know if any of you are familiar with multiplexing, but so when you have multiple signals and you need to convert them and send them over a single fiber cable, you need to be able to divide the ray of light into the multiple wavelengths and put it onto a single cable there. And that's what multiplexing does. There's different types of multiplexing: time division multiplexing, wave division multiplexing, coarse wavelength multiplexing, and dense wavelength multiplexing. As it makes sense, the time division is it ends up coding the signal over different times of the wavelength, which is not very popular because you have to end up accounting delay of signal on your receivers. But WDM, CWDM, and DWDM, there's no time issue, and they're quite popular. We use CWDM because our industry doesn't need more than 24 or 16 channels per unit. The telecom industry uses DWDM 80 channels per cable because the wavelengths are packed more tightly. This is a visual example of what multiplexing is. So the standard multiplexers we use are roughly 8 channels of multiplexing, starting at 490, around 490 nanometers to 1611. And that's how you put, say, for example, 6 or 8 channels of SDI video onto one cable. And you can have them going both ways as well. So if you're using a duplex single mode strand of cable, single cable between 2 units, you'll have 8 channels of video going bidirectional if you want. Now we go on to networks, and similar to audio networks or IP networks, there's a few different types. The simplest ones are point-to-point, where you just want to send signal from one to a second point. It's easy to use, it's easy to troubleshoot, it's easy to handle, and you can also build redundancies quite easily into a point-to-points by adding more cables in between and backup devices. But it's just for simple uses. All right, did I miss one? Yes, I did. Then you have daisy chains, which is quite self-explanatory and quite popular. We've been using them in the analog world for ages. Just add devices one after the other. They're also simple, they're low cost, but they don't allow for redundancy. And usually the problems with daisy chains are if any one node is lost, then you start losing control over your network and you end up losing signal between all the other devices. The ring network is my personal favorite because of the redundancy factor. So you have all the nodes being connected in a circle. It's highly redundant. For example, how we do it is if you cut any cable in between any one of the nodes, all the other nodes take over and the signal gets to all of the nodes anyways. Ring networks are also popular in broadcast because of stadiums, venues, outdoor venues where you can actually create a ring network. You have redundancy and distribution over a large space very easily. The one drawback about ring networks is if you want to modify the network, chances are you have to turn it off and add a node because of the redundancy factor. We also have a star network, which is also very popular in broadcast and audio, where you have a single point like the front of house or the PGM room or the recording room or the OB van, the main OB van being the center point, collecting all the signals from their different points, whether it's cameras, audio, control data, intercom, bringing it into one space and managing it from there. Star networks are extremely flexible because if you have to remove or add any node, the rest of the network continues to function perfectly. The main drawback about star networks is if you want to make it redundant, it gets quite complicated because of the central structure, the main point, and adding a redundancy, a second unit there, gets very complicated. But it's still very popular because if you have units that have dual power supply and you put a Jenny on one and a battery on the other one, so you still feel quite safe, and you can have that. Star networks are also popular in installs, theaters, broadcast units, permanent broadcast units, TV stations, because of the flexibility and the ability to control the entire network from your main room and not having to go to each node and start editing it or changing it. We've put in redundancy as a second here, but ring is basically, it's the same thing. But we mention it especially because of the fact that all ring networks can easily be turned into redundancy. To finish up, I'm talking a little bit about the main advantages of fiber. Now, beyond bandwidth, which is easy to understand, speed of transmission and low power consumption, the thing I like to mention a lot is the fact that it's future-proof. Now, if you're laying down a permanent cable infrastructure in a building like this, and if you have single-mode cables in all your wall boxes, then this same cable infrastructure can be used 10, 20, 30 years down the line. And I've personally done installs in theaters 10 years later, 20 years later, where the same cable infrastructure is used, only the end units were upgraded for higher bandwidth, higher conversion, higher channel count. So fiber sounds expensive because the units are usually quite expensive, but if you think about a 10, 20-year plan, it actually ends up being cheaper in the long run because your same cable infrastructure is being used and you don't have to end up tearing down the walls to put in new cables the way you had to do with the analog world. Again, the interference in places like this where you have backup generators or big LED walls being installed in multiple shows, different shows, there's no interference. There's no interference from the emergency cable lines, the other main power lines. Your big three-phase power lines with hundreds of amperes going through there, they'll never interfere with your fiber. The entire fiber bandwidth, you can actually go up to 60 terabytes, but there's not many people that use that much, but that's one of the big advantages. The other thing is latency, and I want to mention that again. With the latency being 10 milliseconds at 1,000 kilometers, there's very few applications where latency is ever going to be a problem. For example, with optocore, once a signal is converted from the analog world into fiber, we have a latency of 0.0042 milliseconds, basically nothing. So live transmission for broadcast or even just a live show, the latency is so low that people are confident to use it as use the fiber infrastructure as the backbone, knowing that they have that buffer latency where they need to use plugins, mixing desks, mixers, the cameras that may have processing latency, that we are not going to add to that latency. And that's why we're happy about fiber as well. What I talked about as well, durability. Copper may be stronger in the physical sense, but it may last longer, but the bandwidth ends up making up for, the fiber bandwidth ends up making up for it. And copper used to be cheaper, but to be honest, I should probably change that last paragraph. Nowadays, fiber is so cheap by the meter that the difference between copper and fiber is it's not worth it. And then when you bring the other factors into it, the cost, the future proof of it, how thin it is, or like in Europe, we have a lot of old theaters that are being upgraded. Now, these old theaters, you can't break the rock there. They're all historic buildings. And sometimes the pipelines that you get are just like 1-inch pipelines to put in. You're not going to put in 500 channels of audio over a 1-inch hole, but you can put 1,000 channels of audio plus 500 channels of video over 2 fiber cables in a tall hole. So that makes a big difference in terms of cost, because in installs, you're thinking of not just cost of buying the units, but you think of costs of the construction, the guy who's going to lay the cable, the cement, the pipes. So when you bring the like the secondary consequences of what you're infrastructure is doing, fiber is definitely cheaper in the long run when you add all those extra costs. And I kind of want to talk a little bit about that, a little bit more about that as well, is I really encourage you all to think about the long-term costs of what you're doing. When you're investing, whether it's OB vans, or you're doing an install in a hotel or a theater or a stadium, if you think about 10, 15, 20 years down the line, fiber is always going to work out better for you. The cables last longer. There's no interference. You can use the same cable infrastructure for multiple setups because you can always change the units. If you want to transfer audio, you leave the same cable and just change the end unit. If you want to transfer video, change the end unit. Get a device like Broman that transports video over the same cable. You leave the cable in. It doesn't matter. So I really encourage you to think about that as well. And in terms of bandwidth, now, since the actual cable has no limitation, going down the line from show to show or from event to event, when you're changing the amount of SDI channels you need to bring in, it makes a big difference that you don't have to lay in new cable. You can have the same cable laying there, just save it, wrap it up in something to save it from the environment, and then you can come in and put in a unit later on. Again, distance, our devices do up to 80 kilometers, 20 kilometers as a basic distance. But if you're talking about the broadcast industry where you're having to collect video signals from endpoints and bring them in behind the venues, you're never going to be able to put your OB van right next to your venue because it's loud. We need space for parking, you need space for the people, you need space for catering. So having that distance factor where you can have a long distance, it's great. And then with no ground loop interference, if you have multiple power sources, different generator, different power sources, you never get interference over fiber. What we're talking about flexibility is the same thing what I'd mentioned before, is that it's future-proof. Fiber optic cables are always going to be more future-proof and you can upgrade easily down the line. I talked about all of this, so I'm going to leave that alone. And as a conclusion, fiber wins over copper any day, all the time. And the interesting part is, like what I said in the beginning, we only transport at 30% of the speed of light. There's a university in England that's working on how to transport it at 100% the speed of light, which is 1,000,000-something kilometers per second. Imagine once we figure out how to do that, the amount of data we're going to be able to transport over fiber. The same cables will be able to be used. It will be changing. And bandwidth with 60 terabytes per second, you're never going to run out over a single cable. So I really encourage you to think about long-term planning in that. I would like to give you a small example, well, not so small, but a nice little small example. In 2022, one of our partners in France did an audio and video setup for the World Figure Skating Championships. And when he did his research, it turns out a fiber network was the only network that was able to give him the audio, video, and because it's the championships, the timekeeping synchronization for the judges panels and the sports players to see the time, all synchronized ideally for broadcast, for recording, for PA distribution, for the judges, for the commentators. Fiber was the only solution that managed to do all of that properly. And he deployed, if I remember correctly, around 36 units of video and audio units across the arena. He gathered more than 300 channels of audio, more than 30 channels of video, 3G SDI video, including intercom, control data for the cameras, and also using the 100 megabit LAN switch that we have in some of our devices. He even used control for his PA amplifiers, wireless microphones. So can you imagine that he did a setup where it wasn't just transport of the actual data, but it was control of the devices that are controlling his loudspeakers, his wireless microphone, all came over the same single fiber infrastructure. So if you're working for people or you have clients that are asking for all-in-one solutions, going to fiber is going to help you. So you'll be able to provide your client with the entire solution instead of telling your client that, okay, I'll do the audio for you, but for video, you have to go to my friend over there, and for control data, you have to go to that guy, and so forth and so on. Copper doesn't really have that possibility because you can't multiplex things over copper. You can only multiplex things over fiber. And that's how he did it. Thank you very much. Any questions? Nobody? Ah, there we go. Just to remind you though, like I talked a lot about basics of fiber, I do work for Broman and Opticore, and we specialize in fiber transport. Some of our clients are the Olympics from 2004. Every Olympic audio infrastructure has been over the Opticore network. Paris Olympics are going to be the same. Coldplay uses our fiber audio infrastructure. Ed Sheeran, Fred Again, the Dusseldorf Theater in Vienna. These are all places that have used our fiber infrastructure as a backbone. So do reach out and look us up if you're looking for very specific fiber audio solutions or video as well. So was there going to be a question? You did want to ask a question, but I guess you don't have one anymore. We're good? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Radha Mohan, for the very encouraging presentation and encouraging us to adopt fiber solutions. Before you leave, I request Kavita Sharma from Nuremberg Messe, India, to please hand over the memento to Mr. Radha Mohan. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. See you tomorrow.